All right. Welcome everyone to our uh, Alien RPG for this evening for Extra Life. Uh, the name of the module is Authority in Eurydice. We have 5 victims who are venturing into the vast and uncaring expanse of space. Um, they've chosen from their 5 characters. So the premise of this game is that it has been a decade since any word has been received from Authority Station on the distant frontier moon of Nu Octanis LV-138. Now, Doctor David Tibet uh, has organized Project Eurydice, either a rescue or salvage mission to discover what brought an end to the work of the scientists at Authority Station. Dr. David Tibet was also the psychobiologist who organized Project Echo, the previous project at Authority Station, though he did not remain at Project Echo and returned to the Galactic Core. Our players have a background with some secret information and some choices to make. Their choices are based on their career. They get to choose one of 2 talents. There are 2 personal agendas they get to choose from. They're going to choose one of those. And then they'll choose a signature item. Their talent and signature item will be public. For their personal agenda, you'll whisper that to me with Roll20. To whisper, you type /W, and then if you do space GM, it'll have a little pop-up indicating you're going to whisper it to the GM, and then you can type your message in the chat, and you can just indicate which of your personal agendas. 1 or 2 is fine, so that if it isn't, for whatever reason, isn't secret, then it doesn't matter. People still won't know, because they won't know what you're choosing between 1 and 2. So this is an Alien RPG. It is put out by Free League. It's based on their Mutant Year Zero system, which they also use for games like Tales from the Loop and so forth. So it's 6-sided dice. One side on the normal dice, which are also referred to as base dice, is a success. So 1 of the 6 base dice sides is a success. And then when you start to get stress, you'll get stress dice. And you still have the 1 success on your stress dice, but you also have the chance for panics on your stress dice. So the successes are the weird cross icons, and the panics are the facehugger icons. There are 4 attributes. For each of those attributes, there are 3 skills associated with them. So for strength, you have heavy machinery, close combat, and stamina. For agility, you have ranged combat, mobility, and piloting. For empathy, you have command, manipulation, and medical aid. And for wits, you have observation, survival, and comtech. Most of those are fairly straightforward. Heavy machinery is things like operating power loaders. Comtech is, so heavy machinery is like building a spaceship energy. Comtech is like doing like the fine engineering work or using a computer system to interface with that heavy machinery. Everyone is going to start with an AK-47 pulse assault rifle and an IRC Mark 50 compression suit, which is a spacesuit that's slightly armored. You might have a couple, like everyone else has 1 or 2 additional pieces of gear, which might be another weapon or a dose of a drug or a toolkit of some sort. The there are a few different things that people can do. A lot of that is covered in. We have this slow and fast actions tip sheet that tells you what you can do in combat. You get a slow action and a fast action, or two fast actions. So when we get into combat, you can see sort of your options and what skill they might use. There is also a skills and stunts document that you can reference if you want to know when you have additional successes, you could purchase effects to your roll. You don't have to, but you can. So if you get extra successes on your stamina roll, you can impress someone if you want. But it also lets you know some of the things that you could do. The skill that is probably trickiest but also most useful is command. You can order people around or stop an ally who's panicking if you use the command action. And if you give orders, you get to give someone a bonus based on how well you gave orders. As we go, I can explain more of the rules. It's fairly simple. So I'm just going to check back in on what everyone is choosing as their agendas. And if there's any questions, people can ask. So we have 5 of the basic careers. So we have an officer who's good at commanding, a medic who's good at medical aid, a pilot who's good at piloting, a scientist who's good at comtech, and a roughneck who's good at heavy machinery.
So /WGM will send you
/W space GM will send me a whisper, and you just let me know
Okay.
choice 1 or 2. Everyone should ignore Ben's chat messages. Let me put some chum in the water here. I wish there was a way to delete those as a GM.
I sent them to you, and I don't know why it didn't. Unknown. I apologize.
It's all right. We'll just operate on the honor system. All right. So I've gotten stuff from everyone, so I think we'll do character introductions. So we'll just go left to right as the icons are on the tokens are on the board here. So you can just introduce your name, your character name, so the first name you chose, and the last name that came with your character, your career, the talent you chose, and what equipment you have that isn't the spacesuit and the assault pulse rifle, and the personal item that you chose. Your personal item is the item that you will interact with. You can interact with it once an act, and I'll tell when acts begin or end. Once an act, you can interact with it to reduce your stress level, which can be useful in helping prevent panic spirals, which is something that often happens in this game. So we'll start with Bargold. So Lance, if you want to...
I'm Lance. I will be playing First Lieutenant Christian Bargle. My career is officer, and with that, I have taken the talent of Field Commander. I can use the command. I can use command to give orders in combat as a fast action instead of a slow action. So this, in effect, means I can give orders twice in the same round. I have as my personal item taken a Wayland Yutani corporate logo emblazoned stress ball that I stole from the office of my first commander. And the only other item beyond my assault rifle and my compression suit is 1 dose of Naproleve.
Which reduces stress. So that's a stress-reducing drug. You can take it to, or give it to someone to reduce stress.
So that is First Lieutenant.
Yeah, quick question. Where did that extra item come from? Did it just come on your character sheet, or?
Yeah, so if you're on your character sheet, you'll see that you have 3 items listed in gear. Those are the 3 items you start. Everyone starts with the pulse rifle and the compression suit, and then you have a 3rd item, and then you'll also have your signature item that you chose as part of your choices. So Lunch is next for the introduction.
All right, I am Kevin, and I am playing Horace Lunch, your calming, soothing medic. I have some sort of calming presence, so once per turn, I can reduce someone else's stress a little bit if we are in a I guess it kind of has to be a safe location, Zach.
Yes, a relatively safe place. So no xenomorphs, nobody with a chest burster like pressing against the inside of their rib cage.
Yeah, but if we can sneak off to at least around the corner and get the door locked, I might be able to talk you out of some stress. Perhaps expectedly, my special item or additional item is a surgical kit, so might be able to do some physical saving of you as well.
The surgical kit
injured
is the med kit that specifically can keep people from dying. So it is a full-on scalpels and serious sutures kit.
Yep. So I can cut off a hand and I guess somehow suture your wrist shut, so you don't die when your hand is infected by some totally not expected alien disease. I also carry, I think it's a necklace around my neck, is a ridiculous hippie crystal that was given to me by a past lover. That is Horace Lunch.
All right, so then Stapleton.
Stapleton can literally not figure out how to open her character sheet. What?
Oh, so if you go into the little tab at the top that's got like a folded over newspaper, that will pull up a journal, and you should have in the PCs you should see your character sheet. You can also, if you click on your token and hold shift and double click, it'll pull up your character sheet. Sometimes it gets minimized in Roll20 and you have to hunt for it a little bit. And if you like have it up, you can double click on the like title bar section and it'll minimize, and you can double click on it again and it'll pull back up.
All right. I have it now, so my name is Sarah. I'm going to be playing Stapleton. I am the pilot, and my talent is Nerves of Steel. I get to keep a cool head in all situations, and thus get a -2 modification to all panic rolls. My personal item is a 3D printed model of a 20th century space shuttle. And the extra gear I have is a stun baton.
So stun baton is, and also everyone's spacesuits have a power supply. At the bottom left of your character sheet, everyone has air supply of 5, or should have air supply of 5. And then people who have power supply items will have a power. When you need to check and see if you deplete part of your supply, you'll click either air or power or whatever to see if it has a depletion. So it rolls the however many. So if it's 5, it rolls 5 dice for if you get a success, it decreases your power or air supply by 1. So if your spacesuit gets a tear and you're starting to worry about running out of air, that's how we keep track of it in Alien. So that means that the stun baton has at least 5 and potentially a lot more, but at least 5 uses. All right, and then Thirlwell.
So I am Tony. I'm playing Reginald Thirlwell. He is a scientist. His extra item is electronic tools. His signature item is a small piece of amber with a trapped mosquito in it. And his talent is analysis. When I roll for observation, for every success, I get to ask extra questions. Like, how old is it? How does it work? What problems could it cause? That type of thing.
All right, and then last but not least, we have Watts.
I'm Ben. I am playing Buck Watts. He is the roughneck. I chose Resilient, which is roll for strength attribute only, no skill. Anytime you suffer damage, you can't push the roll, which does not count as an action. For each success you roll, 1 point of damage is eliminated. If all damage is limited, you suffer none at all. I have of course, the pulse rifle, the compression suit. I also, for some reason, had 2 items here, a cutting torch and a maintenance jack. And then the signature item I have is my grandmother's Swiss Army knife.
Yes, so the maintenance jack is what it sounds like. So if you need to get up under a piece of heavy equipment, you use the maintenance jack to jack up the truck or whatever.
Cool.
All right, any questions about characters or other things before we get started? All right. So you are traveling on a frigate class, or not a scientific class. You have a scientific class spaceship, and you're taking a shuttle down to the surface of Nu Octanis LV-138. It is got strange magnetic fields. So this is a planet that was deemed habitable, but non-ideal due to its strong magnetic fields, which prevent most radio and electronic transmissions from the planet, and its solar magnetic flares, which disable electronic equipment that is not heavily shielded. It is known to have life that mimics Terran botanicals, but that are toxic to humans if consumed. It has no known ambulatory life. There's no permanent settlement. The only known outpost is Authority Station. No word has been received from Authority Station since in about a decade. It was a joint venture between the United Americas Allied Command, the UAA Military Command, and Weyland-Yutani. There are the 5 of you on this shuttle, as well as several Gibson Model 3.1 autonomous drones. They have limited AI capability, which lets them advise and observe while you are down on the planet. They are shielded against the magnetic forces of this. I guess they call it. It's a moon. It's a moon of a gas planet, but it is slightly smaller than Earth. So they will float around and observe. So what you have all been told in your briefing, the information about this has been kept scarce. It's a need to know. It's a classified mission. You are chosen because you're skilled enough to recognize the information that should be retrieved from the station. So this is officially Project Orpheus. Need to know only. Objective: recover any salvageable material from Project Echo. Objective: re-establish satellite link. Objective: ensure integrity of authority station. Additional objectives relayed through Gibson Model 3.1. The five of you have squeezed with your equipment into the shuttle, and you're heading down to the planet when a solar flare strikes and the navigation systems are offline for 30 seconds. So what I'll need from Stapleton is a piloting roll. So on your character sheet, you'll click piloting. It will add your piloting score to your agility and roll that many dice. You need to get at least one success. Occasionally, very occasionally, you will need more than one success. But for most rolls, unless I say otherwise, you need a single success to have it work.
So, sorry, I have not used Roll20 before, so I'm going to hit piloting, which pulls up an input box.
Oh, yep. If it says ask for a modifier, you can just leave it as 0 unless I tell you otherwise, or you have a talent that tells you that you could modify it.
Okay, so.
Ooh, by the skin of Stapleton's teeth, we have rocky but successful landing on the surface of LV-238. Everyone who's not the pilot can make an observation skill check as you're looking at the windows as this barely not a crash landing occurs. It's clear that without significant repairs, this ship is not going to get back off. So Thirlwell, Watts, and Lunch all observe as you see the land and the mists and the aurora of the magnetic fields. You can tell that you have this small compound, but it's clear that several sections of the compound appear damaged in an earthquake. So we'll provide you a little map of the station. So you are all at the landing pad where the shuttle has touched down. You can see that there are living quarters, a garage/storage area, a security office, a laboratory, a greenhouse, a station office, a second laboratory, and a dock for a much larger ship. Each of the boxes is one zone, and if there is a more than one zone in a location, there are the lines to indicate how many zones are there. So, like, for instance, our garage storage has 3 zones. So when you move, you could move one zone, or sometimes you move 2 zones if you're just all you're doing is moving. These little squiggly lines that I have made, the jagged lines I have made, indicate that it is multiple zones of distance in between the landing pad and the main area, and the Sycorax dock in the main area. So it's basically about a quarter mile from the landing pad to the station, and a quarter mile from the station to the dock. In addition to the quake, everyone, or those of you who got successes on your observation checks, can tell that several sections of this base have been overrun with native vegetation.
All right. Well, I guess we just want to move into Authority Station. What do we need to do?
So if you're just heading to Authority Station, what I'll just have everyone do is make a mobility check to see if anything untoward happens while you're on your way there. And you can just I guess you can just tell me. You can either agree as a group, or you could go separately to different areas if you wish to split up, to tell me which section of the station you're going to go to. I guess in theory, Bargild is in charge of this expedition, but it would be up to the others of you if you want to decide that you are going to indeed listen to his orders, or how much you're going to make him like push that to give orders.
Well, Bargill would try to start ordering people around. Start telling them to which locations we would go to.
Do we know what a Sycorax dock is?
Oh, the Sycorax is a spaceship. So the Sycorax is your a Bison class. Is it a frigate? It is a fairly large spaceship. It's actually a commercial star freighter. It has a crew of 7. And the ability to land on the planet.
All right, and it's the dock is an actual ship that's there. It's presumably been sitting there for.
Your briefing would have told you that there is a ship that should be docked there that they were supposed to take off. Off-world, but apparently never did, because if they took it off-world, they would have reestablished their communication link. Potentially, also somewhere there might be a way to launch a stationary satellite to reestablish a link directly when the magnetic fields allow, directly from the station. up out of the ionosphere of the moon.
Wasn't that part of our mission, is to get that back up?
Yes, one of the objectives was to.
Satellite link.
Yeah.
Well, old Buck Watts is going to make his way over to the station office.
And Stapleton's also going to do that.
That sounds like a reasonable place to start for me.
Sure.
All right. Can I get from everyone then a mobility check? Ooh. Uh,
Nice.
so as you pick your way through the treacherous terrain, there's lots of this overgrown plant matter. You currently have. One of the Gibson drones accompanying you. You reach a little gully, and all of a sudden, Watts, Stapleton, and Bargeld all spot at the same time a Bishop class synthetic torn in half.
Oofed.
Amongst the vegetation of this little gully. The legs are also there, but it is it was ripped in two, and it looks like it's been left here for quite a while.
Well, that don't look like it bodes well.
Just getting right into the something is wrong with this situation, aren't we?
Yep. Something. I knew something went kind of wrong, but seems a little bit more hostile than I was expecting.
I want to. Is the Bishop model completely as seen?
There's a lower half, and it's actually like wrapped. It's still in this uniform, and it's wrapped around its uniform are these vines and things.
I am going to take me a gander at what is on this unit's person, as it ain't gonna need it anymore.
Go ahead and make an observation check.
Nope. Well,
It
nothing
says
here worth taking.
synthetic. Is there any way to access its memory?
You can make a comtech roll to attempt to either access its memory or turn it back on. It looks like it could be repaired with a comtech roll. It would take more time to repair it to like link the top and lower half of the body together. But you could definitely try and do enough repair that you would reactivate the upper half so you could have it speak to you.
Let's see if we can do that.
Do you want to move it out of this gully first?
Maybe we should drag that thing up to the base proper, since whatever decided to tear our boy here apart did it out here, and I would prefer the comforts of some walls.
I would prefer finding out if there's going to be something waiting for us in those walls.
All right, man.
Oh, we could take it back to the landing pad, their shuttle. Don't know that we're in a hurry yet, are we?
I mean, we don't even know what really happened yet to this bishop model. Like, obviously it's tore apart, but I don't know, maybe it's because of the earthquake or something.
Well, Chief, you make the call.
Never heard an earthquake rip a man in half. Or a not man in this case.
I mean, we need to know what's going on.
Either way, I don't care, but I don't want to stand out here just holding my business and waiting for something to jump out the woods.
Let's head to the compound. It'll be better to defend there if there is something. Not that we know there's something. It's probably got more than enough equipment to repair this bishop unit, and we can start then working on the other things we have to do as well. We can head to we can drag it towards the station office, and we can start sending stuff up.
Okay.
All right. If one person is taking both half of the bishop, it'll be a stamina check. If two people are carrying the bishop, it'll just be one person carry each half. Or are you going to decide to leave the lower half of the bishop behind?
Waste not, want not. I got topsies if someone else has got bottomsies.
Okay, I'll drag the legs with us.
All right, and then which section of the base that you're going to head to? Are you taking him to the living quarters, to the garage, to one of the laboratories, to the station office, security office, greenhouse?
Well, I'd say we make our way over to that security office to see what kind of shape it is in from the outside, and if it is in rough business, then we move ourselves over to that station office since we got to go there anyway.
Yeah, no, that makes complete sense.
All right, so you're heading just outside the security office.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
How badly damaged are these buildings?
Some of them are sort of have sections collapsed. Definitely the garage storage section had maybe a fourth zone that is now buried under rubble. Some of them just have like cracks and have in the walls and roof that allow the vegetation entrance into the station building.
So this particular building, the security office, how's it looking?
It is because it was a security office. It was pretty well reinforced. There are some cracks on the second story of it, and there is a door with a security keycard lock on it. There's a door on each of the four sides, but they each have these security keycard locks.
Well, anybody got themselves a key?
Did they not give us keys to get in? That seems short-sighted.
It would be a Comtech check, or someone could recheck this bishop model. Buck had looked but not found anything in his quick pat down.
I'll check the bishop model.
All right. It's an observation check.
Well, they're doing that. I guess I'm just going to do a quick circle of maybe Laboratory 2. See if there's anything that we can get out of that neighboring building if it's sitting wide open, or just also kind of locked up and damaged?
Laboratory 2 is damaged enough that there are like cracks in the walls that you can squeeze through. So Stapleton finds a key card. Stapleton also noticed it in the lower half of the bishop, probably why Buck Watts didn't find it, because he was searching the top half primarily. In like the pant pocket of the bishop, there's a key card for the station. Also, Stapleton notices that there's a little bit of like the bishop's teeth are clenched shut, and there's just a little bit of a vine that is poking out, as though the bishop had bitten down on a vine. For lunch,
It's very strange. I'm going to point out why the bishop unit seems to have been trying to eat the vegetation before it froze up.
Well, this just gets better and better.
Uh,
I think based upon this, maybe we all stay in small groups if we do leave one another's presence.
all right. So was someone going with lunch then to check out Laboratory 2?
If there ain't no volunteers, I'll go.
All right. So we'll move the two of you more towards Library 2. The other ones are by the security office. So those of you by Laboratory 2 can make observation checks to see what you spot inside through the cracks. It's dark inside. 3 successes on 4 dice.
Very nice.
So
A measly 1.
So you see inside that the plant growth has gone wild. There are, it looks like most of at least the half of the laboratory that you can see into had what appeared to be sort of like cryo sleep pods. That's sort of like a tube big enough for a person to lay down in, with the sort of like some of the equipment and such you'd expect from a cryo sleep pod. Oop, that's not what I wanted. I want to whisper.
Are they in good shape or are they banged up?
They are. They look pretty banged up from what you can tell. Several of them have cracked. Several of them are overgrown with plant matter inside. And Ben, you're gonna get a little whisper text from me. So that is the additional extra thing that Watts spots as he's peering in at these tubes.
Is there anything else in the room besides the vegetation?
I mean, there's the remains of like several laboratory tables, like a couple examination tables, some metal cabinets and such that would have held supplies. So Lunch and Watts are checking out Laboratory 2. Are the others by the security office going to be trying to repair this damaged bishop synthetic or open the security office door?
I'm going to see if the key card works on the security office.
It does indeed. Are you opening the door?
Yes.
Inside this first floor is pretty empty. It is filled with charred furniture and equipment, as though someone or someone's really went wild with an incineration unit. So someone took a flamethrower to a lot of this office.
Do I see any other incinerator units?
Ooh, make an observation check.
Apparently not.
There are, as you're looking around, there's it's like dark inside. You'd have to head inside and spend some time searching, but no obvious incineration units are like visible to you.
I will be searching.
All right,
While
so
other people do whatever they're doing.
all right, so Stapleton's going to start searching the security office. Is anyone else going in with Stapleton?
I'm gonna start on the android.
All right, make a Comtech roll. So, you can push rolls. You can push rolls once, unless you have a talent that says otherwise. If you push a roll, you add 1 to your stress, which means you're going to get 1 extra die to roll. Though it will have the chance of causing you to panic, because it'll have the panic result on it.
Well,
So to push, you want to add 1 to your stress level first, and then redo the roll. So
2 successes.
the bishop unit's eyes flicker open. His mouth opens. He's sort of his mouth sort of masticates a little and opens. He's sort of bug-eyed, and then he just reaches up with his arms and starts pulling out yard after yard of slimy vine out of his mouth. Thurwell and Bargle are there to witness this, so they should each take another point of stress.
What the hell?
There are maybe after like 20 or 30 yards of vine is pulled out of him, he sort of like looks up at you, looks over at the pile. How long have I been out of order?
Last contact with this facility was 10 years ago.
My memory banks are corrupted. I know there was a security incident, an encounter with a unknown life form, and a earthquake which compromised the integrity of many buildings of the station.
When you say life form, what do you... Plant? Animal? Humanoid?
He sort of looks at the vines that he's pulled out of him. It was similar to earth vegetation, but able to move on its own. All right, down at Laboratory 2, are Lunch and Watts poking into Laboratory 2? Is Watts relaying any additional information to Lunch, or...
Yeah, I'll let him know what I saw.
Do you want me to whisper what you point out to him, or do you want to tell him over the air?
You know what? I'll tell him over the air. So, that tube over there, I don't know if you can make it out, but it's labeled C. Bargold.
What?
Yeah, I thought you might be interested in that. I find it very interesting.
Zach, do we have some sort of communicator, like
You have
pop star style?
You have shortwave radio basically in your suits. which could be if the magnetic if the magnetic field gets stronger or there's a magnetic storm, will be less useful. But they're generally good for like at least the short range here at the station. So until I tell you otherwise, yes, you have sort of radios that you can use built into your suits.
When we got to the landing pad, we've got our suits and everything. Did we all keep our suits like full on helmet up? So the only way to talk is on these radios, or since it's a Earth-like planet, did we take our helmets off?
It is Earth-like, but you know that the vegetation is toxic. So I guess I was assuming you were keeping your suits on to start. They have like a little speaker, so that you can speak to someone right next to you without using the radio and having everyone hear.
I guess. Maybe we should check that out.
Yeah, but I would prefer that stays between you and I until we've got things a little more sorted.
There is something maybe weird going on. I don't think we need to tell Bargold about this just yet.
What would you think if we find a Bargold, I don't know, tomb here, and yet there is the same said Bargold standing with us? What conclusion do you come to?
Let's maybe double check if that's a Christian Bargold or a Claire Bargold.
Yeah, I suppose, but I also want to be highly aware of what kind of situation the people I'm traveling with think we might be walking ourselves into. So I'll ask again, what conclusion does something like this bring you to?
Well, either family history or genetic history.
Nothing else? You ain't thinking anything else?
I mean, I'm thinking dad or clone.
You ain't thinking maybe not a clone, but maybe something else?
Oh, you're thinking it's some sort of like Bargold's a synthetic?
Well, I would not doubt that someone thinks that sending us down here may not be the best of solutions and is wanting to keep an eye on us. How long you been working for old Waylon Utani?
Oh, that is a good question. I believe it's years and years.
Yeah, I ain't no spring chicken with these folks either. But wouldn't it just be like our employers to want to make sure that absolutely positively nothing is going wrong down here? You know, just keep an eye out. I mean, I don't know about you, but I already find them little gnats they got following us around disturbing enough. The extra set of eyes watching us, judging our performance and the like. It don't make me feel very trusted or wanted.
Well, let's take a glance at this quick before Bargold knows about it.
Yeah,
Zach, is there one of those drones following us?
Currently the drone is
It's with the other group, right?
Yes, it's with the other group currently.
So I'll sort of point out that there's a wave that there's nothing in the sky behind us right now, so we're in the clear. And well, I guess I'll go in first.
do we have a light source, Zach?
You have like the headlamp lights on your suits.
But we don't have anything like any type of like flare or anything we can put in the room and see before we step in.
No.
We could probably rip some of these vines and get a little more daylight.
Yeah, we could do that.
There might be some flares in the storage. So while the two of you consider what you're going to potentially be doing in the security office, digging around the cubes, Stapleton does find a incinerator clutched in the hands of a what is now a mostly skeletal body that is sort of like been covered over with mold and little vegetation. You'd almost say it's like an algae-like that has decomposed it. So Stapleton's going to get a point of stress just making this discovery, but also is going to get a M240 incinerator unit.
Excellent. How does the ammo work on that?
It just has ammo until something bad happens.
Excellent. I love it. Okay. So can I put
does it
like just
say-
a little squirt of fire on the algae that's growing on the skeleton I found?
You can indeed.
Okay.
Let me make sure that there's nothing else that I'm forgetting about this incinerator unit.
Thank you.
Oh, there's how does that work in this? Yeah, there's several canisters of the bantha fuel, so you should be, for the purposes of this module, you'll be good.
Okay. Cool.
So
Nice.
I'll
I don't know if
add
I'm
that
keeping
as
track
weapon
of-
3.
Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure how much I have to keep track of ammo.
We're not going to worry about keeping track of ammo.
Beautiful.
So it's been about 5 minutes. The bishop unit is working again. Are there other questions that Thurwell and Bargeld are asking of the unit?
What was the status of the facility?
During the emergency, many sections of the facility were compromised by the earthquake. After the earthquake, the unknown organism mounted its assault on the station. All 6 biologic crew members were slain, and my records indicate that many of the experiments were lost.
Do you have any additional information on the creatures that attacked? How many there were, where they came from?
They came from the direction of the dock, the heavily forested area to the southwest. They I believe there were 2 of them. I only ever have confirmation in my records of hearing that there were 2.
There any sign before the attack of creatures?
Not any no ambulatory life form was known before. None was discovered in the initial survey, and none was observed in the 3 years of the station before the incident. Well,
How were the crew members killed?
what?
How were the crew members killed?
There were pheromone sprays and physical bludgeoning and ripping wounds. Well, the security office ponders what else might to ask the Bishop model. Are Watts and Lunch going into Laboratory 2 to examine further, heading back to the security office?
Well, I would like to examine a little further, but I want to be very, very, very cautious about that. So yeah, if you want to go first, by all means, I will follow right behind you at a fair distance.
I will squeeze through that crack.
All right, make a mobility check to make sure that you can make it over into it without damaging anything or disturbing anything that might be dangerous to disturb. So if you want, you can push this roll. You add 1 stress, and then you re-roll, which would mean that you'd be rolling 5 dice instead of 4, but you would have a chance to get a
Here we go.
panic result.
Oh, I failed again.
Oh no.
I didn't panic. It's fine.
So Lunch steps in, tears his compression suit just slightly. So you hear the sort of like hiss a bit as air begins to circulate before you have the chance to like pull off a little patch and like patch your suit. So you have been exposed to the air within this laboratory. And then go ahead and make an observation check for Lunch. So that is a panic result.
Hang on.
You
Can I push that?
you can, but you would still have
It's still panic.
You'd still panic.
But I would like to spot something.
All right, so go ahead and add another stress, and then make the roll again.
Do I technically have 1 fewer dice because of the...
You technically have extra dice because of the stress levels.
But do I get to re-roll the the one on the panic die.
Oh no, you technically don't. So you technically just
So
roll.
I should roll before I add.
You
the
just
stress.
roll before you add your stress. Yes. Sorry.
Hey.
All
now
right.
Add that stress.
Uh,
At least get something out of this.
and then you'll click on your sheet the panic to see, because it'll take in your current stress level for panic. So 1 through 6 is keeping it together. You managed to keep your nerves in check, just barely. And let me.
Some heavy breathing.
Quick question: did I see this occur with his rip in his suit?
You saw the make an observation check to make sure that you saw the rip in the suit. Yes, Watts sees that.
Oh, come on now, man. You can't just be going all nimbly pimbly in there. Is there a protocol in place for exposure that we're all made aware of?
I mean, in theory, the atmosphere of this this planet is hospitable to human life as long as you don't ingest any of the native plant matter. It's probably just been the abundance of caution that is keeping you staying in your compression in your suits.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I didn't know if there was some type of protocol, like I said, in place for that type of situation should it arise.
So as Lunch's headlamp light flashes over all the tubes, Lunch spots a couple other things, but both Lunch and Watts can see that these tubes are cracked and now filled with vegetation.
I would like to get up closer to one of them and see if there's any remains of non-vegetation in one of these tubes.
So it'll be a heavy machinery check, since these tubes are powered down. Either a heavy machinery check to manually open the glass, or you're gonna have to break the glass.
Well, that's maybe a little bit more up my alley than yours.
Yeah.
How about you let me check that? Did you seal your suit? Is it sealed then, resealed?
Yeah, Zach said I slapped a patch on.
Okay. I will first of all make sure that Lunch's seal is good.
It's definitely patched, and you're not hearing the hiss or seeing the tank give the warnings of a leak.
Okay. Then I will make a heavy machinery check.
Is Lunch directing Watts to a particular tube?
Oh, I think you know which one we're going to.
You're going to the one that you saw is labeled as Bargeld?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that makes sense.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to stop him from going anywhere else. That's of interest.
All right. Go ahead and make that.
Oh!
Oh.
All them dice and no success.
Oh no!
Do you want to add a stress and push that roll?
No.
Yeah, I think you do.
I don't think I do want to do that.
I think it's a good idea. Don't worry, I can talk you down.
Fine, I'll do it. How do I go about doing that?
So you're going to add 1 to your stress. So you'll click the 1 for stress. So it's the 1 of 10 stresses checked. And then you'll re-roll. After you do that, you'll re-roll the heavy machinery. Because then you'll roll your normal heavy machinery plus the 1 extra stress die. Oh no!
Oh no!
Hey man, I'm kind of freaking out here, man.
All right, so Watts can't do the manual override of this tube.
Zach, at this point, can I call over the suit's radio?
Yes, this seems like a good place for you to interrupt with a command over the suit's radio for things.
We got the bishop up and running, and it says there's some life form on the planet that attacked everybody. He's saying it's like an animated plant. Just wanted you guys to know, to keep an eye out.
That tracks with the fact the security office has everything has been burned. We're gonna need to.
Oh.
We're probably gonna have to find the security keys for the self-destruct if this place is overrun with hostile plants.
That sounds tremendous. Thank you for sharing that wonderful news.
You're welcome.
Should we get around back to joining them so we're not in a damaged lab full of plants?
Well, first of all, I'm a little stressed out right now. So you had promised me that you would be able to help me with this particular condition if I was to go about doing what you asked me to do. I have done so, and therefore would like to not feel like shit.
Let's get back to the safety of the security office real quick.
No. That was not our agreed upon way we were going to do this, Launch.
Look, man, I don't.
Oh no! Don't defend me. You said we had to open it, so I put my back into it,
and we couldn't open it. What I'm saying is, let's get back with the rest of the group. We'll feel a little safe.
Oh, we will feel safe because I don't feel very goddamn safe at all right now.
Right. That is the problem. So
no, I don't mean just. I don't mean just here. I mean overall. Like,
oh, yeah. I think what we should probably do is regroup and then maybe see about checking out that other ship. Make sure we got a way out of here.
Man. All right.
Not super interested in that greenhouse.
I'm interested in burning it. I don't see much here we shouldn't burn.
Zach, were there computers in this lab?
There were computers in the lab. Are you gonna try and head over to one and attempt to download data from it?
Yeah. Can we download data or just grab a drive and?
Functionally, I'm gonna have you make a Comtech roll to either download data to your personal data spike or to grab the drive that you need.
I do enjoy how you were just like, we gotta go, and now you're like, in a moment.
Yeah, in a moment. Let's get back with the others where we'll feel safe once I do this one shady thing.
While you do your shady thing, I'm gonna make a quick
oh my god.
A quick shadiness look around in these cabinets.
All right. So Kevin, you're gonna make another panic roll.
I am. Mate,
all right. 4, 6 and lower means that you're keeping it together. You get a lot, and it's unencrypted data from that. From the computer and the drive. Ben, make an observation check for Watts.
You have got to be kidding me.
Do you want to push that, or are you gonna just not find anything particularly interesting in these cabinets?
Do it.
You know what?
Do it. It's worth it.
Let's do this. I mean, if we're just gonna make bad decisions, let's make all the bad decisions.
Hey, that works
out. So Watts finds an incinerator.
Oh, hey.
With some extra fuel, and a sort of a jump suit for the authority station jumpsuit that is labeled for C. Bargeld.
Gosh. Well, I think we've got our questions to begin to be answered here.
It's, like you're saying that, and you're just hearing like me rattle the computer. Like my hands are shaking as I'm like I don't know if I'm extracting a drive or whatever it is I'm doing.
We'll say you're extracting a drive.
It's kind of loud as I'm like shaking, pulling this thing out. Okay, let's go.
I figured you were over there pouring bourbon in it like I cheated you at computer chess.
Those of you back at the security office, are you doing anything as you wait like the minute or two for the laboratory expedition to return?
Well, I'm being frustrated that they didn't check all the other pods to see if they had other names on it, but
Would you know? Would you know that yet? No, have we?
No,
I think Tony's saying it as.
Oh.
That's Tony being frustrated.
That's fair enough.
Reginald needs to examine this vine that got pulled out of the bishop unit to see if it looks like if it's physically able to move by itself.
All right, and you have a talent specifically for that. So what does it? It has you roll a
observation
check.
Man, it is really rough out there.
Oh.
Do I add the?
You don't. Since you got the panic result, you don't add to the stress. You just re-roll and then you add your stress. If you're gonna push.
Yeah, I'm gonna push. Because I'm due like 8 successes.
Well, you're due 3 successes, and you can make your panic roll.
Okay, let me make the panic roll. Button.
Oh, 6 is still keeping it together. You're keeping your nerves intact.
So, the analysis. Gain insight regarding strange and alien artifacts or creatures you encounter. Get a chance to study for at least 1 turn. For every successful roll, you get to ask the GM one of the questions below. How does it work?
Hey, Pluto.
Is it dead or alive? That sounds like a good one. Is it human or alien? I guess that would be. Is it native to this planet or potentially cross-engineered?
All right.
With, something else.
All right. It appears to be, from what you know of this planet, to be native to this planet. In your briefing materials, you had some information about the native botany of this planet, and from what you can tell, it does not show anything that makes you think it was crossbred with Terran or other planetary genetic strains. Is it dead or alive? It is dead, but you believe that were it to be left out in the solar radiation and magnetic radiation and not tucked away inside of this android, that it could come back to life. And what was your third one?
How does it work?
How does it work?
Is this something that actually could have moved by itself?
This seems to be a tendril that was torn off of some larger organism. So it was a vine or a tendril that was shot off of some larger organism that then went into this bishop unit, and the bishop unit bit it off to separate it from the main organism. And then a successful analyze roll reduces the stress level of all other PCs within short range by 1. All other PCs would be Bargeld, and I'm assuming that Stapleton would have come back out of the security office once you found the incinerator.
I didn't even see that text, and it's in all caps.
So Bargeld and Stapleton can reduce their stress by 1.
Woo!
Very nice, very nice.
And as Thurwell finishes that analysis, that is when the other two rejoin.
Okay, gotta coil up the vine and toss it into the security office, so it is no longer in the radiation from the sun.
Hey, if you're gonna be tossing them things around, how about we just burn it? Cause man, we found an awful lot of those where we were.
Well, and sorry, I forgot the pilot's name. Where is it?
Stapleton.
Stapleton found a body holding on to one of those incinerators. So I'm not sure how effective those incinerators are going to be if we really need them. But I would hate to need them and find that it's out of fuel because we burned something we didn't need to burn.
I will show my incinerator and my extra fuel.
And can I have everyone make a mobility check and then add a point of stress as an earthquake strikes?
Mobility first or point of stress?
Mobility first, then you add the stress from having been through the earthquake. And you'd add the stress after you make your panic roll.
You would add the stress after?
Yes, after the panic roll.
I need to find the panic.
So this is when I make my panic roll. This is how do I get the -2 on that though, right?
You do. So we should just it doesn't prompt you for a modifier.
It didn't. No.
Okay, so then we're just going to need to know that we reduce yours by 2. So Stapleton, Watts, and Thurwell all got the barely holding it together. Lunch got a nervous twitch. Your stress level and the stress level of all PCs in short range of you increases by 1.
I guess that would probably be me.
That is all of the PCs are within short range of lunch right now.
Are we?
Yes. Okay. All right, and then who didn't have a success on a mobility?
That was me.
Watts and Bargeld. You each bang up your oxygen tanks a little bit, and you can reduce your air supply from 5 to 4. And as the earthquake hits, you see some auroras flash in the sky as momentarily the magnetic fields, probably as the core of this planet, rearrange with the earthquake just a little bit. The magnetic fields strengthen, and the auroras are visible even during the daytime. And then you're just left in the aftermath of this little quake.
I don't like that.
Bargill will get up and okay. I think we need to search the rest of the compound quick, and then we can get the satellite link up and going.
I think we need to destroy this place. Like, it's been overrun by plants, right? That are trying to kill everyone?
Yeah, I'm with that. I think we just this is a wash, ladies and gentlemen.
Like, we need to find the security keys to get the self-destruct going.
Yes. Finally, someone talking some sense.
What do we need for the satellite link, though? Is that at the Sycorax?
You suspect that would there'd be extras. So they basically had to, like, when the satellites were damaged too much by the magnetic fields, they had to send another one up. So you suspect you would know that there are additional satellites to be that have like little rockets that they can send up in the garage storage would be where they should be kept.
Oof.
Oh, great! Another place we'd have to go where we might die horribly. I'm so excited about this. So, what are we doing here, boss?
I mean, I think we got to at least try to stick to our objectives as much as we can. I mean, at least get what we can from Project Echo. Even if at this point we can't, we determine that Authority Station, doesn't have any integrity. I mean, I think we have to at least get anything salvageable out of here, so that at least this isn't a waste for the people that died here.
I think we have to be really careful we're not taking of these plants with us. But we still need to search and find what we can, so I'm gonna go check the station office.
I'll go with. We shouldn't go alone, right?
Yeah, I too would like to go to the station office.
Well then, Thurwell, do you wanna come with me to the living quarters? I think if we split up a little bit, we can get done faster.
I wouldn't expect to find anything of value in the living quarters. If you wanted to check out Laboratory 1 and then head over to the station office and meet up with them, I would be willing to do that.
Also, wouldn't go into the living quarters be like a perfect place for something that it seems to be eaten on us to have its own smorgasbord? Like if I was gonna kill us, I'd kill us when we were sleeping.
Do you think plants have that kind of reasoning capability?
Well, I think a predator knows when its prey is most vulnerable.
Then I would assume that the bathroom is probably the place they all died
Do these suits take waste?
Not a lot. Like, they probably have like the equivalent of like a diaper where you could replace the diaper when you're in a safe place with breathable air, and you could like survive for a day or two if you really had to.
I'm not saying I made waste earlier, but I may have made some waste earlier.
I think it's a good idea to check out either the living quarters or the other lab to see if they're overrun by plants. Those buildings didn't look damaged.
That's fair enough, but I ain't going there. I'm going over to that office. That's that.
All right, if people want to move their tokens to the location that they would want to move to, and are you leaving the bishop halves in front of the security office?
Does he have the arm strength to just grab onto someone like a backpack?
Yes, he would have the arm strength to grab on someone like a backpack if that someone wanted to have a -1 penalty to their mobility checks because they have like a C-3PO bishop hanging off the back of them.
No one else was moving to take him, huh?
No.
My mobility is not great as it is.
Well, I'm full of stress, so I can probably move wherever I need to. I guess I've got a android backpack.
Would Reginald just start heading towards Laboratory 1?
Yeah.
All right, the Gibson is going to go to Laboratory 1.
Bargild would look like he wanted to head towards the living quarter and then back towards Laboratory 1 and then back towards living quarter. And then he'll eventually go to Laboratory 1 as well.
All right, we'll do.
Hey, when that goes on, before y'all head over that way, I want to take a good look over at lunch when I see who's all in his little party. Oh, lunch with me. Never mind.
Yeah.
I will also, though, give lunch the knowing look of like, oh, see, look who's not here.
Awkward knowing glance.
Yep. Hey.
Okay, so when I walked to the station office, I want to go past Laboratory 1 and kind of by the greenhouse to see if there's anything worth noting.
So you're gonna take the northern way around
Yes.
the security office. Go ahead and make an observation check. And I guess if Lunch and Watts are gonna go that same way, you could all make that observation check to sort of glance and see if you can spot what's going on.
I am going to forego that because
Okay.
I'm carrying an android hat
Perfectly fine.
and full of stress.
You can just mind your own business too if you want.
Yeah, I'm also full of stress. I'm gonna rely on Stapleton's
All right.
eagle eyes.
So Stapleton spots 4 successes. Is there a good observation stunt to suggest? So Stapleton spots something moving in the greenhouse. You got extra successes, so you could get the answer to these questions. Is it coming from me? Are there more of them close by? And how do I get in, past, or away from it? So I guess if any of those questions sound like things you'd really want to know the answer to, I can provide the answer to those.
So it was if it's coming for me, if there's
Are there-
more of them nearby.
Yeah,
or-
are there more of them nearby? How do I get in, past, away? Or if you want to use one of your additional successes on just getting a really good look at what it is to be able to better tell instead of just like generic movement what it might be.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the really good look.
Okay, so the really good look, and then you have 2 more.
I'm gonna see if there's any more nearby, and a really good look.
Okay. So you just spot the one, but it's pretty clear that it would. If you hadn't have just like caught it moving, it'd be very difficult to see in the vegetation. So you just happen to like catch it as it was moving, and that's why you got a good look at it. And that is the thing you get to the good look you get to see is this like the thing that you just got a picture of. It just like moves a little bit in the greenhouse. You realize that and then it stops and it's hard to spot again in the dark greenhouse, and you realize that it would blend in very well in areas with a lot of vegetation. And then you get to make your panic roll to see what what the sight of that brings to you.
A -2, so 5.
All right. So because of Stapleton's calm nerves, you're keeping it together. But if you hadn't had those calm nerves, you would have gotten a twitch. But then you could potentially share information you gleaned with the two who are with you, as you probably stop dead in your tracks as you glance over at the greenhouse.
Yep. So Stapleton definitely has like a horrified look on their face. It's like, guys, there is a plant zombie monster that has taken over one of the old crew here. We do not want these things in us.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, because that sounded an awful lot like you said there was a, and I quote, plant zombie monster.
Yeah, there's I definitely just saw a person moving in the greenhouse, except for they're not a person anymore. They are a horrifying monstrosity that looks like a plant, has vines crawling out of their mouth and their eyes, and it's guys, like, we need to kill everything here with fire.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe
not
not the spot to discuss this. Let's back away from that a little bit.
If I remember correctly, Stapleton has the other burner, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Well, it looks like at least we're armed for it.
We sent one of the teams off without fire.
Are you?
If I remember correctly, they had options and chose the wrong one.
Are you radioing them because they're far enough away that they wouldn't hear the speaker? You're radioing everyone so they can hear it?
Yes. I think that is an everyone needs to know situation.
All right.
So I'm going to stop her really quick as we're heading in, because I'm going to alert her to what we saw.
Oh, so before she radios everyone, you're gonna tell Stapleton what you saw in the laboratory too?
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, before you pull that trigger, let me tell you a little something.
All right, you wanna summarize again what you wanna make sure Stapleton knows before she radios the others?
Yeah, we found a outfit as well as a pod full of this here vegetation that had.
There's a cryotube, right, Zach?
Cryotube, yeah.
It was similar in look from like a glance to a cryotube. Maybe it was a modified cryotube, but yes, like a medical tube set up with many of the things a cryotube would have, of like a way to get nutrients into a unconscious body and things like that.
It was labeled C. Berglund.
Oh, so.
Yeah, so I'm not real keen on whatever it is Berglund is being here.
But you've got the uniform, right? You can show the C. Bargold badge or whatever.
Yep, there is a authority station overalls, Project Echo, name tag reads C. Bargold.
Bargold, I'm sorry. I keep saying Berglund.
So, between us, we're leaving him here, right?
Berglund? Yeah, or Barglund, or however you say it. Yeah, that ain't coming with me anywhere.
All right, Tony's getting frustrated here again. Would the android react to how they were talking?
Would Bishop say anything?
I'm gonna ask the android if he would recognize another synthetic life form if he saw one.
Potentially, if they were of a model I'm aware of. I do remember that Christian Bargeld was second in command here at Authority Station.
Christian Bargeld.
I think, unless my databanks are corrupted, Christian Bargeld was second in command.
Yeah, we were getting in that office.
This seems to have unlocked. I can tell you who third in command was.
Who was third in command?
Third in command was Horace Lunch.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Why don't the three of you add a stress level?
Uh-huh. Who else? Can you tell us
And
who else
Did you just say add a
was
stress
here?
level? Add a
Yes.
stress level?
Yes, at a stress level. Also present here,
you
there
got
was
Tibetan Watts too.
well, David Tibet was in the was the first in command. Also present here were Watts and Thurwell.
Man, I do not know who's playing this joke on us, but it ain't funny.
No, this makes sense. Was I here?
There was there was a pilot, Stapleton.
Uh-huh. Alright.
All right, you got to tell me how this makes sense, because right now I'm about 2 steps away from throwing a rod.
They sent us down here to destroy this place because they couldn't trust humans to not get infected by the plant life. We're a
So-
suicide mission.
You're trying to tell me I'm not a human being?
That or the bishop unit is lying to us. Were there any other tubes in that space, or was it just the one?
That's the only one we could get a good goddamn look at.
But there were more. Okay.
I thought I saw a bee wah
Oh, you.
on that other tube.
All right. I'm not gonna. I'm not. This ain't too bad. This
And
ain't-
maybe a Tibet.
All right.
Okay.
How would we go about Bishop? How would we go about telling whether or not we was also Bishop?
It is simple to tell if a creature is synthetic or not. If they bleed red blood, they are biological life.
Is there what you would call a clean room nearby?
There should be a clean room in Laboratory 1 if it's
Oh,
undamaged.
Of course. Laboratory 1, exactly where I do not want to go.
So will those three consider things? What are Bargeld and Thurwell doing at Laboratory 1?
Wearing it myself because I don't have a key card.
That's fair.
Is there a door to get into Laboratory 1?
There is a keycard pad, but you could potentially just you make a contact roll to bypass it.
I will do that, but first I need to use my signature item to reduce my stress by 1,
All right.
because I'm at 5.
Is that what your signature item does?
Yes. Once an act, it reduces your stress by 1. I will let you know there's going to be 2 acts. I'll let you know when the second act starts. It takes an action, which means that you have to make a sacrifice to do it during combat, but outside of combat, you can kind of freely do it.
Okay.
All right. So Thurwell manages to unlock the Laboratory 1. Inside, it is there are a couple thin cracks in the walls, and clearly some of the cabinets have been knocked over. But inside, it's in much better shape than Laboratory 2. There doesn't appear to be the ingress of all of the vegetation. The laboratory seems like it's set up to study. There's lots of biological cell sample tubes and microscopes and other things for studying biology. There's also a Gibson unit inside, which once it sees the other, sort of activates and whirs to life and begins floating.
Are there computer terminals?
There are computer terminals. There's microscopes. There's lots of Basically, it's a well set up biology lab, but there are computer terminals.
Could we have the Gibson unit that's with us download the information from the Gibson unit that was in Laboratory 1, or is that something we can't do?
That would be a Comtech role to do that.
Communicate with the Gibson units in any way?
You can speak to them. They are semi-autonomous. They have some measure of artificial intelligence, and you know that they're there to assist and observe. They are not necessarily there to be a service to you.
That's right. This is the crappy future.
Yes, this is a future where not all drones are your friends.
Where nothing is your friend. Everything is the corporation's friend.
Well, I am going to step into Laboratory 1.
I will follow you in. And ask the Gibson unit what its status is.
Which unit are you asking? The old one or the new one?
New one.
Recalibrating after downtime period.
If I look at the samples, can I identify if there are any samples that would be useful to take with us?
Ooh, that would be an observation check. Or if you want to take a turn, which is about 10 minutes, you could make your analyze roll.
I'm going to do the observation check.
Okay.
Two successes.
Yes. Go ahead and make a panic check. Because there are samples labeled as cell samples labeled as Reginald Thurweld, Buck Watts, Christian Bargeld, Horace Lunch. 8 is tremble. You start to tremble uncontrollably. All skill rolls using agility suffer a -2 modification until your panic stops. So potentially, you pick up the first cell petri dish, and you see that it's labeled as Reginald Thurwell, and you drop it, and then you see that there are more labeled as Reginald Thurweld.
I'm going to be a jerk, and at this point in time, have over the radio, I'm going to tell them about the zombie human plant monstrosity I saw.
I can't even be mad at you because we're all robots.
No, yeah, like at this point,
I'm already having an existential crisis, so I'm just like, what?
At this point, everyone should know about there's plant tendrils coming out of their eyes and boils everywhere, and they blend in with the vegetation. So be careful. This thing has infected humans.
Oh, wait 1 second. Would you let them know that everything is not what it seems? But I'd like to posit one idea. What if we are clones? And what if we've been cloned here over and over again? And we're just test subjects again.
Well, everyone ponders that. We're going to take our 10-minute break and come back at about 11 Central.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, we are back playing Alien Authority in Eurydice. The party has just perhaps made some startling discoveries. Some of them might think they're clones or synthetic androids or other things. Some of them have just seen some sort of terrible plant zombie. But everyone should know that it is now Act 2, so if you have not used your signature item, which I think only Thurwell did, you should use it now, and you can go ahead and make or reduce your stress by 1. And then just remember that during this final act of the game, everyone can use an action to reduce their stress 1 time by interacting with their signature item. So just announced over the radio was the fact of a plant zombie to the folks at Laboratory 1, and then there might have been some over the radio musings by Watts about what happens, what does it mean if you're all clones. So perhaps we'll zoom back to Laboratory 1 real quick, as Bargeld has just heard this stuff over the radio, and then also seen Thurwell perhaps drop a petri dish.
So then just out loud, not over the radio, I will say, I think people are starting to crack up. Are you okay, Thurwell? We got Watts musing about random things. What's going on?
Well, there are biological samples here with each of our names on them.
Why did you write our names on the biological samples?
I haven't written anything yet.
I'm gonna walk over and look at these samples.
So there are petri dishes, multiples of petri dishes, each labeled with each of your names, as well as D Tibet.
They dated, numbered.
They are numbered and dated from about 15 years ago. They were in potentially cold, you're pulling them out of like cold storage, where they would be held and preserved.
Is there the right type of equipment around here to pack them up to take some of them with us?
Yes, there is assuredly some sort of like there's a cooler for samples that you could put them in that would keep them preserved, like keep them cold enough to not be damaged.
Okay, I'm gonna pack up a decent variety of them and fill up, say, half the cooler. And then I'm gonna suggest that we check the other room in here.
All right. Back at the station office, are people still musing about existential crises? Are you going to go into the station office and see what's in there?
Going into the station office and seeing what's in
Yeah,
there.
I think that's going to answer all our questions.
That's optimistic of you.
So the station,
All of them, every single one.
the station office is fairly damaged. There are several cracks large enough to let vines through, and so it's clearly been colonized by some of the native plant life.
I'm gonna burn it.
Oh, wait. Before you burn, what's under the plants? Because we're not getting any questions answered if we burn the computers.
So there would be computer terminals, as well as there's at least a couple of more of the bodies covered, 2 more of the bodies covered with plant material.
I'm
Shit.
lighting a body covered in plant material on fire. Burning that down.
Whoa! Hang on. Is there a uniform on that?
Are you gonna scrape off some of the plant
Oh,
material?
not me. I'm asking.
Not
I'm still
there.
edging my way towards the computer and avoiding plant life.
There could be, but it is not visible. Since you're edging, if you're actually like venturing into the station office to try and edge over to a computer, make a mobility roll.
You said a -1 penalty because I'm carrying a Android backpack.
Unless you're setting down the top half of Bishop, yes.
I don't think so, but maybe he can. Oh no, he's got his arms around my neck, giving me a nice hug. I can't ask him to keep the plants away, can I? Mobility -1. Hey,
Ooh.
made it.
All right. So Lunch makes it over to some of the computer terminals. So it'd be a Comtech roll to get them up and start figuring out what the data would be. Are Watts
What I'm
and
gonna work on.
are Watts and Stapleton just staying outside the office? Are you also venturing into the office?
Also gonna venture into the office.
All right. If you're going into the office, it is a mobility roll to make sure you don't disturb things too much.
I am going to stay outside the office. Is there any other rooms besides just the office?
It's made up of several like small cubicles, or like so you can sort of like see, like there's these cubicles. You can sort of see over them, but you'd have to like potentially go into each cubicle to grab stuff from that cubicle. So it looks like Stapleton needs to make a panic roll.
Times, good times.
Mm,
So 6.
Also, still holding it together.
Oh, just barely.
All right, and then what is Stapleton just keeping watch to make sure nothing attacks? Well,
No,
okay.
I am searching the station office for a self-destruct key to the station and any like data disks or interesting information that might be
Okay.
around.
So go ahead and make a observation check. So you're gonna spot on one of the bodies a like a obvious like bundle of like physical keys, which it outlined in like the little bit of the uniform pants that you can see through the vegetation overgrowing it. You're not you also spot a little bit of movement at the back of the office, and then you get to make your panic roll.
Okay. Panic.
You're still holding it together, and before we figure out what's moving at the back of the office, let's go back to the laboratory. The two of you were moving into the back.
Zach, before you do that, I had one success on my Comtech.
Yep. So you're able to pull some information.
Yeah, I would rather just grab the the information.
Yep, you're gonna grab it. You're gonna grab it. Yep, you're gonna grab a drive again. Yep.
And run. I'd rather get it and take it with me and examine what we are later.
Okay, so you're just grabbing another disc.
Yep.
Over at Laboratory 1, one of the Gibsons is floating away. And the two of you are going to try and go into the other room of the laboratory.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, so you open the next room, and there is one. There are 6 cryosleep tubes. They're clearly like cryosleep tubes that you'd use for actually going into cryosleep. and one of them is currently occupied. There's like a bundle of uniform down at the base of the tube, as so someone like stripped it off and got into it, put themselves into it. And in that tube is someone who looks to be Dr. David Tibet. In cryosleep.
Sorry. Reading through goals again. I know what I'm doing here. I chose that one, not that one. So he's in cryosleep.
He's in cryosleep.
Unless you object, I'm going to try to get him out.
All right.
We absolutely need to get him out of here. I mean, if he's still alive, we're not going to leave him behind.
Everything shows that he is still alive. So it is a medical roll to bring him out of cryosleep quickly. Some medical aids to bring him out of cryosleep quickly. Otherwise, it's going to take about 10 minutes for him to naturally come out.
10 minutes isn't that long. If I'm gonna try to pull information out of the computers in the other room, is that gonna be 10 minutes as well?
It might be a little less than 10 minutes. Like you could just, if you're just doing what Lunch is doing and like grabbing data drives and not worrying about like being able to look at the information first, it is much quicker than if you're looking at the information and being selective about what you choose.
I'm gonna do the 10 minutes then, and while he's coming out of it, go and get what data I can from the computers.
And is Bargild gonna do anything during this, as like Thurlwell just like goes over and does the cryosleep release?
I'm going to search one of the rooms. In the cryo tube area, is it just basically the tubes, or are there like storage and things like that?
There's lockers and stuff that could have been used to like store things. There's also like the clothing and uniform that is at the base of this cryo tube, if you're gonna like search through that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll start searching through that, and then I'll start searching through the lockers.
All right, go ahead and make an observation check. Do you want to push that?
Yeah, sure, why not? So then I add a stress and then
Yep,
roll?
since you didn't roll a panic, you add a stress and then roll.
Woo!
All right, so go ahead and make your panic roll.
Where is the panic roll in the sheet?
It's near the
there.
top
I see it.
middle. All right, so you're keeping it together as you find in the uniform on the ground that is got the name tag label of David Tibet. You find a physical key that would be used to turn. It's not a key card. There is a key card, but there's also a physical key, like a metal key, as well as a cutting torch.
Okay, I'll take all three.
And then in the lockers, you find a M314 motion tracker.
I will definitely take that, and I will turn it on.
All right. So then the two of you are kind of waiting for 10 minutes for Doctor Tibet or whoever's in the tube to wake up and to pull data off or pull the drives. So Tony, can you make a Comtech roll?
Come on.
Oh no.
I need these.
Might as well push it.
I have to push it. I need these drives. So I make the panic roll before I add the stress, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I think I'm twitching again.
I think
Or
you
shaking.
are trembling again. So your skill rolls using agility suffer a -2 modification until your panic stops.
So that would have put my stress back up to 5. I'm going to use my item again.
Okay.
To stay at 4.
What's the scene look like when you use your item?
You know, it is probably a piece of rough cut amber on one side, except for the other one edge where I have over the years polished it just by rubbing it with my thumb.
All right. So back at the station office, there is this movement, and what I need is for the three of you at the station office. If you click on your token, you should see in the upper left an initiative. As sort of one of the bodies in the back rises up. It's not dead after all. It seems to be animated by plants.
Alright, where's the finish?
So if you click on your token in the upper left, you should see a little initiative button.
Nope. Oh, there. Way up there.
Yeah, because the I don't have the card set up, so it's the dice roll, and that makes sure it uses the dice roll. And then I need to add a. And all right, so it's going to be Stapleton, then this creature, Lunch, and then Watts. So here is where, on your turn, you get a fast action and a slow action, or two fast actions. You're considered to be at short range because you're in the same zone as this creature. So if you move, it would be a fast action. You could get out of the station office. You could also move to engage this creature in close combat, or from where you're at, you can shoot it in ranged combat at close range.
Okay, so I have ranged combat. Does that would be the firing it with the...
So if you want to use your handy incinerator that you got, down at the bottom you have weapons, and I think right now it's set as a M140 incinerator unit. If if you click attack there, it will automatically do the attack and damage and so forth. Ooh.
Okay.
So one one thing about pushing your roll is you push on the second where I feel like you can't push during combat, but let me
Okay.
double check that.
That's fair.
Rolling dice, add a failure. You push the roll. If you push your roll. Oh, you can increase the effect of an attack. Yes, so you can push it if you want.
Okay, so
So
add a stress level.
Add a stress level and then re-roll. Oh.
Seriously? I love it. I love it. That's so sad.
Stapleton.
That's so sad.
Stapleton just push it, or like let's burst a gout of flame. I guess you have a fast action too if you wanted to move out of the room.
Yeah, I think moving out of the room would be.
All right. So it's just lunch in the room for the experiment's deadly grab.
Boo.
So the others had waited outside or abandoned you.
It's lunch in the backpack.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is true. But lunch is the thing that it's going to go for. Hey, we'll go for the backpack last. A deadly grab. The experiment jumps at its victim, grabbing it, dragging it away. Roll for the attack using 8 base dice, damage 1. Ooh, I got 1 success.
Ooh.
So that's just the damage 1. But it hits to do 1 damage, and it drags the victim into the next zone. So Lunch, as Stapleton runs out, she watches Lunch get hit, knocked down, and then the bishop model is left here as this plant creature pulls Lunch out out a crack through the south of the station office.
Wait, my backpack can't hold on to me?
Let's double check. It probably could. Ooh, the bishop does hold on to you. Oh, I suppose you reactivated bishop, so he's got some of his health back. All right. So then Lunch, you've been knocked down and you've been dragged. You fall prone. You drop any handheld weapons, and you must make an immediate panic roll before you act.
When I click on my character sheet, it doesn't affect my health bar.
Oh, did that not get linked? It apparently did not. Alright, try again. There it goes.
It should be at 2. I really only have like 3 health.
Yes!
If it hit me for 3 damage, I'd be dead.
Yeah, you would be broken, not necessarily dead. But you would have a...
2.
Oh, yeah, so when you have armor, you get to roll 2 base dice. You get to roll a number of dice equal to the armor. So roll 2 base dice and you subtract the damage for each success that's shown on the armor dice.
So I got 1 success, so I shouldn't have taken that damage.
You don't take any damage. It still hit you, even though it didn't do damage. So you'll still make the panic roll here. It still drags you out. And then we'll
panic roll for being dragged out.
Yes.
Oh. There it is.
10 is freeze. You're frozen by fear or stress for 1 round, losing your next slow action. Your stress level and the stress level of all friendly PCs in short range of you increases by 1. Unfortunately, well, fortunately or unfortunately, you got dragged out of that zone, so you don't have any friendly PCs to get stress. Just you. So you can't take a slow action, you can only take fast actions.
Does that reset my stress after this losing my turn panic effect?
It doesn't. Your stress level stays where it's at. And yeah, so your stress level will stay where it's at. It builds. It will not it doesn't reset yet. So you can only take fast actions. So you could retreat away from this creature by making a mobility check.
That's probably what I have to do. Mobility. -1 for a backpack. I got 1 and I'm panicking again.
Yes.
Can I panic twice on the same turn?
Yes. Because it's technically the before was it attacking you, and now it is your turn. So your stress level, the stress level of all friendly PCs which are within short range of you, increases by 1.
Right.
So your stress level.
But I am
you're able to.
no
You can
longer
either.
engaged.
Yep. You could go either. I suppose I should have grabbed a token for this. You could either go into.
Do we count as close, by the way?
You are not currently close because he's on the other side of the zone.
Okay, that's what I thought.
You could either go back into the station office, or you could run around this side to meet back up with your allies.
Do I see this Psychorax dock?
It is in the distance. Remember, the jagged line indicates that it's about a quarter mile. So yes, you do. You could start running that way if you wanted to start running that way.
I think that's where I'm running. Like that is the obvious escape.
All right. So you're heading towards that way. The one thing I will mention, if you start running that way, is you will be the one creature that this plant zombie can see.
Did you describe plant zombies as quick moving?
It was able to quickly.
Shambling.
It was able to quickly leap at you and drag you out of the station office through a crack. So it is pretty nimble.
All right, then I guess the safest option is to rush back.
Rush around the corner towards your friends. Okay.
Yeah. With my backpack.
Oh, that's why, because I had these tokens over here. All right. So then it is Watts.
I'm going to wait at the corner. And when that thing clears the corner, I'm going to hit it with the cutting torch.
All right. So you're gonna move up to the corner and just be prepared to try and hit it with a cutting torch. Would any of the three of you with a free action be sending out any message on the radio?
Yeah. I'm going to send out a message on the radio that we are under attack by a plant zombie.
All right. So Watts is sort of down here waiting. So then the three of you will make initiative. And the two of you in the laboratory can also make initiative checks, since you know now that they're under attack by a plant zombie. Alright, so Bargeld, you get to go first. So it'd be a zone to move into the other room of the laboratory, the room you were first in, and a second zone to move out of the laboratory into the sort of the general air. If you want to just do 2 actions to start moving towards your allies who are under attack.
How much more time do I estimate until the cryo thaw is done?
Like 7 or 8 minutes.
Okay, then yes, I will take. I'll do 2 zones of movement.
Uh,
Down
see-
here, or
Yep, you can be there because you'd get here and then like out, and we're just sort of doing general short distance because it's sort of a zone between each one. Kevin, what is lunch doing?
Other than screaming in panic,
You all have assault pulse rifles.
yes, but that is a real shitty roll for me.
Okay.
I am going to. Who's right after me?
Next to act in your area is Stapleton.
All right. I am going to command Stapleton with some sort of a frantic shoot it, shoot it, shoot it.
All right. So you make a command roll, and then Stapleton will get bonuses equal to each success that you have.
Ooh.
Come on. No penalty for a backpack, right?
No penalty for having the android on your shoulders.
3. Nice.
So a bonus of 3, but Lunch does need to make another panic check.
Zach, can I push that still?
You can push that still. If you push it, you would roll any that aren't successes. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 base dice.
Okay. Because I can't panic more.
Because you can't panic more.
So I'm gonna roll 8 base dice as I push it.
So it'll be a total of 6. And then you can make your panic roll. So plus 6 for when as long as this next action Stapleton, or one of the next actions this round, Stapleton shoots this thing.
It's a sweet, sweet 10.
10 is freeze. You're frozen by fear or stress for 1 round, losing your next slow action. Your stress level and the stress level of all friendly PCs in short range for you increases by 1. So now that's Watts and Stapleton get their stress levels increased as they see Lunch freeze up after he shouts for Stapleton to shoot it, shoot it, shoot it.
Oh, I'm not like quite freezing up. I think I just keep repeating shoot it, shoot it, shoot
Yes.
it. Like broken record freezing.
All right. Then it is Thurlwell. So you've got you're in the laboratory. Are you gonna abandon your task of looking through some data to do other things, or you're gonna keep on with that?
I am going to go out, but I am not going to go any further than probably this corner here.
Okay. So that'd be
and
moving. That'd be moving 1 zone. So that'd be 1 fast action.
Okay. And then I want to just do an observation to make sure there's nothing else sneaking up on me, because I think this laboratory one feels fairly safe.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask people to come back to this room afterwards.
All right. So go ahead and make your observation check.
Well, I'm going to see everything at least.
So go ahead and make your panic roll, because that will change the flavor potentially of what I describe.
7.
So 7 is a nervous twitch. Your stress level and the stress level of all friendly PCs in short range of you increases by 1. So within short range of you is Bargeld. Thurl begins to tremble as he sees something come out of laboratory 2.
That has a face. Do I recognize the face?
It has Watts's face.
Yeah, that's kind of what I guessed. It would have someone's face.
It appears to be moving pretty slowly, though.
And I don't have another action this round, right?
You don't, but it's a free action if you're going to call out a sentence worth of information over the radio.
Yeah, I'll do that. There's something coming out of laboratory 2.
All right, Stapleton. So you have a
Yes.
+6 if you shoot a creature. It takes a fast action to move around the corner to where you can see it, and then you can make a ranged combat roll.
Yeah, definitely doing that.
Because he just said shoot it, that can be interpreted between either using the pulse rifle or the incinerator. Your choice. Dealer's choice on that.
I'm gonna do the incinerator. I want to set it on fire. So I'm gonna do
Alright.
ranged combat, and then I have
So-
a +6
if-
modifier.
Yeah, if you click the attack, it should give you a. Does it prompt you to give a +6 modifier?
It does.
Okay, so you can put in. Don't put in the plus, just put in 6. Roll20 doesn't like when you put in a plus.
What the
Ooh.
living?
So you could push that if you want, or you can just take the 1 success and know that you're going to do damage to it.
Does the push keep the +6?
Yes.
I'm gonna push it. We're just gonna live big for this one because oh gosh, that hurts.
So since you have 1 success, don't add to your stress before you make the second roll because you keep that 1 success.
Okay.
Wow, 3 successes and no panics. So with ranged combat, the one of the stunts you can do with your extra successes is to do extra damage to help overcome armor. Is that what you'd like to do? Otherwise, I can look and see what the other.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so you're gonna make sure you do extra damage. So flamethrower was 2, and you're doing 2 extra points of damage, and it's flame, so it's going to ignore the armor. So this terrible plant zombie just goes up, smoldering and writhing. So it doesn't get to go because it is taken out of combat. Watts, you're peering around the corner enough to see that Stapleton is just unleashed with the incinerator and dealt with this thing. But you had heard over the radio that something was coming out of laboratory 2.
I'm gonna move 1 zone towards laboratory 2.
So you can get here where you would be sort of at this corner looking at the creature to the south.
I'm going to go there, and I'm going to... Can I get all the way there and, like, shoot around a corner?
You could get there and then shoot around the corner. You're going to add 1 to your stress because it has your face. But then you can shoot it.
Yeah, I'm going to flamethrower. I'm going to incinerate this thing. So I would roll.
I guess things are.
Just roll ranged combat, correct?
So you can at the bottom click on the weapon numbers until it shows incinerator, and then there should be like a little attack button there. You can click that, and then it will Uh, oof.
What is happening? Like, this is crazy.
Would you like to push that roll?
Sure, I mean, I take a stress for that, right?
You will. Before you add to the stress, you can just make at the top of the sheet, there's a base dice button. Just click base dice and say you want to make a roll with 10 base dice. All right. Well, you got one success.
Then add that stress dice. All right.
Yep, then add to your stress dice and make a panic roll. Why do I keep closing my sheet? So 8. 8 is you tremble. You start to tremble uncontrollably. All skill rolls using agility suffer a -2 modification until your panic stops. People can tell you to stop panicking with a command.
So by pushing, did I actually do anything?
You got the success, so you're gonna do the 2 points of damage to it.
Yeah, perfect. I'll take that.
I guess I should be using little skulls to indicate who's panicking. Oh, I'll use little yellow dots to indicate who's currently panicking.
Is that another plant monster?
It is got some plant elements to it, yes, but it is much slower. So
Okay.
currently lunch. Right, people with yellow dots are panicking and could be commanded to stop panicking. So everyone can make their initiative checks. All right. So lunch, you get to go first.
So we have destroyed the one, and I still have a friend over there though, who is panicking.
Yes.
I'm not currently. Oh, I don't get my standard action because I was panicking. That's why.
Right. You don't get your next. So you can only take a fast action. So you can't give orders or a stop a panic because those are slow actions.
Correct. I guess I will aim my ranged weapon in case a thing comes up next to Watts here.
All right. So
unlike next turn.
yep, it's the assume Overwatch is what because you want to like be ready to make an attack.
No, because I've only got the fast action. Can I aim in case I get a turn next time and can take my shoot?
I
don't want to shoot. That's terrible. Never mind. I think my best action is just to move, and I'm not sure where I should move. Probably rushing back towards my friend's back here.
Yep. So since you can't see it yet, you can't aim.
I can't aim.
The Overwatch is you set yourself up to be ready to shoot.
But that's
but it's a rage
action,
that
right?
No, that is a fast action. That's why I suggested it could be a thing. Other fast actions would be like seek cover if you're going to duck around a corner.
If I do the Overwatch, what is the benefit? Because I don't have a standard action.
So as a fast action, you assume Overwatch, as long as there's no enemies in engaged range and you have a ranged weapon. You aim to shoot in a specified direction. between the time you assume the Overwatch and your time to act in the next round, you can fire your weapon.
Oh, so that's a way that you can take a fast action to shoot?
Yes, firing when in Overwatch counts as a normal attack, a slow action. Therefore, you must save your slow action in the round for any. Oh, sorry, you can't
Yeah,
because you
so
have
I-
to.
so
You
I
have to.
can't do that.
You have to have your slow to save.
So I think I'm gonna. God, am I gonna flee back up towards my friends or start running towards this dock though, off in the distance? You know, I was gonna flee towards that other ship.
All right,
I'm gonna do it.
we'll just use the steps of this to indicate how many zones. So you're currently 2 more zones away from getting to the dock.
Right.
All right, this creature. Acrid pheromones.
What?
This creature releases a huge jump of pheromones into the air. They are so pungent that anyone near the creature starts to cough. But it is, since you're in your suits, Ben, just make an air supply check. So, and your character where it has air
Yeah.
in the supply section, click that. So you are gonna knock the air supply down 1 more, as your air supply has to like churn more to keep the filtration going.
Holy moly! I swear this dice rolling is incredibly brutal.
It's the 1 in 6. It's just a 1 in 6. And then it'll be Thurwell, as this creature just you see it release a whole cloud of greenish pheromones towards Watts.
1 in 6 means 5 in 6 chance of fail. 1 in 6 to the 18th for 18 dice. Yeah, 3.7%. I don't think the percentages are working right still. But I am far enough away that I'm just gonna go back. Yeah, because my ability to shoot is not great to begin with, and I am taking a penalty to that, so I think I am more likely to hit Watts than the creature with Watts' face.
Well, either way, you hit Watts, so solid.
I'm gonna go into laboratory 1 and take cover.
All right, Watts.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna flamethrower this dude again.
All right, you're within range of it, so if you wanted to use your fast action to aim, you'd get a +2 to the roll. Otherwise, if you want to be able to like run back around the corner after you use your flamethrower, that would use up your fast action.
No, I'll aim.
All right.
So we hit attack, and
and
2
then
is the modifier?
Just 2. You don't put in the plus.
Yeah.
So you're gonna hit it, and then with those 2 extra successes, you can do 2 extra points of damage.
Perfect.
And then you'll also need to make a panic roll. 8 is tremble. I think you were already trembling.
Already trembling.
Ooh, so you would have had 2 fewer dice, but you got 3 successes. We'll just call it a wash. Even when you do your standard hit with the flamethrower, these things are pretty weak against flame, so it's likely you're gonna kill it. Keep closing my game mother sheet. Base dice, just 2 base dice. Ooh, yep. So that thing goes up in a bout of flames. So that drops us out of initiative order. So the party can regroup or communicate or make plans however you wish.
Assuming there's some cheering going up over the radio as the thing goes up in flame.
Yeah, is Watts what is Watts telling the others as the thing goes up in flames?
Watts is just slowly and quietly muttering, I didn't just kill myself, that was something else. I didn't just kill myself, that was something else. I didn't just kill myself, that was something else.
You doing that over the radio or just to yourself?
I think I'm doing it to myself, but the radio channel is open.
All right.
Oh yeah, okay, that's. What's going on there, guys? I just lit
I'm
the
gonna
zombie
suggest
thing on fire.
everybody come back to Laboratory 1, which is in reasonable shape, and let's regroup.
Okay.
That's fair. I will
Because
make
we
my way.
found Dr. Tibet.
I haven't said that yet, but
I say it.
You
over
got. Oh, did you now?
he's defrosting as we speak. Yes.
So you guys are gonna have about a couple minutes of safety, enough that people's panic is gonna end.
Okay, you said there was a clean room where I could see what color I bleed.
There.
I've got medical supplies to do that.
Okay, yeah, I want to see what I want. I while we're waiting for the defrosting,
Uh,
I want to see what color I bleed.
the laboratory has equipment that you could do a blood draw, a sterile blood draw.
Do that.
Yeah, I volunteer for this existential crisis.
Zach, would this
Well,
count as my calming whatever?
You could use your calming talents, yes, now.
I would like to do that as well. When you say your panic is gone, oh, you mean the effect.
Yeah, the negative to the agility effect.
As soon as after I've done my little meditation with my special object, I would like to see, are there damaged points on the wall where we're at to the outside?
They're just like hairline cracks, just a few hairline cracks along the walls.
I want to grab any metal that is not in use and start welding it to the wall over those cracks.
All right, so you're gonna use your signature item. What was your signature item again that you chose?
My grandmother's pocket or Swiss Army knife.
All right, so you're like turning the Swiss Army knife, probably maybe are you opening up the different blades and looking at them?
Yes.
And then you're a little bit calmer, and then you can make a heavy machinery check to reinforce the damaged parts of the laboratory. So it's going to be well reinforced, but you will make a panic roll. And did you reduce your stress before you made that check?
Yeah, I reduced it by 1.
Okay.
I'm also gonna do the fiddling with my 20th century space shuttle to reduce the level of stress.
All right. The good news is that Watts just has the tremble, which is a penalty to his agility checks.
Do I add
Zach?
2 more stresses, Zach?
No, it's just telling you how many stress result you got.
Okay, fine.
It's just flagging that you got 4 successes and 2 stress results.
My calming present, Zach, it just says once per turn.
Yeah, so it takes like about 10 minutes. So So it'll be about 10 minutes. If people aren't going to do anything for about 10 minutes, you can use that.
So everyone but me should be able to slowly reduce their stress back down towards 1
Yes.
or 0.
Seriously?
So you can reduce the stress level of another character. So
Yeah.
you choose one person to reduce each 10 minutes, basically.
Well, it says turn. Is a turn 10 minutes? Or is that like... I was assuming it's like an action in combat.
Oh, no. Sorry. The turn, the time... time is measured more like 2nd edition D&D here.
Okay.
So a round in combat is 5 to 10 seconds. A turn in exploration and stealth is 5 to 10 minutes, and a shift for recovery is 5 to 10 hours.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna do it to what looks like the most stressed out. Do I know that there are stress bars?
I'm real messed up.
You have the stress bars to indicate how jittery your friends look, so you have a sense of you don't know the number associated with their stress, but you have a sense of like what's after you looks the next most freaked out about burning a thing with his face alive.
So I will do that while I can hopefully also, because it's my calming presence, not my back rub skills or whatnot.
Yep.
So hopefully I can. I will do a blood draw from everyone.
All right.
Unless someone does not want that.
I just want to know the order of the blood draw, and you're just doing the draw and being like, it's red blood or white blood, right? Or are you going to take the time to examine them under the microscope? Because that will add additional time.
I just want to get the vials first.
Okay. So
and then can examine closely if that becomes a thing.
All right.
Whoever's volunteering first.
Well,
I'll do it.
if you're going to do blood draws, I'm going to speak up and say exactly why are we doing blood draws, and then you guys are going to tell us about what you saw in laboratory 2. I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then
I don't.
will point out the samples with our names on them here in laboratory 1, so that we all have the same information now.
Yes, and I guess I will ask you to put those samples, collect those, because when and if we have time, if we're not running from monsters, I can look at those.
All right, who is the first blood draw?
I'll do it.
All right.
Right?
Watts has red blood.
Oh man.
Me next.
Right, let's do it.
Stapleton has red blood.
I will do myself if no one else is rushing forward.
Lunch has red blood.
Do we have, since no one else is rushing forward, did we see like bio samples from all 5 of us?
Plus Tibet.
Plus Tibet, and maybe now is the time for him to be able to speak.
He's probably, you probably hear him groggily in the other room, asking for water. When people come out of the cryosleep, they're groggy and disoriented, and dehydrated.
You should draw from me.
So Thurwell has red blood.
And then
Yeah.
Margeld, and then go check on. You're the medic. Check on the guy after you finish drawing blood.
Bargeld has red blood.
Sorry, I thought you was a robot.
And get a sample from our popsicle.
He also has red blood. If you're gonna, he'll be functional in like about a half an hour. If you want to speed that up, it'll be a medical aid check.
Oof. I am pretty jittery here. I don't know if anyone wants me rolling dice again.
Listen here, Lunch. You need to get it together. And I'm going to pull out the Napro leave. Here,
Ooh.
take this.
So
I will gladly jab that in my wherever it goes.
your Napra leave. Where's my equipment list?
Yeah, mine says it knocks it down to 0. Is stress to 0.
Yep. It immediately reduces stress to 0.
Oh,
That's
sweet,
the good
sweet.
stuff.
Sweet, sweet dot.
Okay, now I'm willing to make some rolls.
I'm gonna go pull the rest of the information off the computers.
All right, so you're able to pull a bunch of information off. We'll do a medical aid check to see how quickly you can get this. Looks like Doctor David Tibet back in like shape where you can have a coherent discussion.
All right. Two.
Alright.
Can I, instead of using both of them to speed up his recovery time, can I use one of them to double check this capsule to make sure that he wasn't put in here for some sort of quarantine type of reasons?
Oh, absolutely. You check the little
Just check the medical records.
the little log, and it's not indicated as like a quarantine. He clearly put himself in.
Mhm.
So he was the one who initiated the cryo sleep procedure. So instead of taking like half an hour, you get some IV fluids in him, and he's back and coherent in about 5 minutes.
Is that enough time where my presence might kick in for someone else?
Yes, you could choose another person for your calming presence or reuse it on Watts.
How many do I go down for that common presence?
1.
It's just one, but yeah,
I'll take it.
We'll keep that. Get you in a little better shape. It's
So
rough because having a few levels of stress is nice.
so the Dr. David Tibet sort of looks around groggily, and then he's got a so this like t-shirt on, and he sort of pulls it up to reveal like 3 moles in a triangular formation on his left abdomen, and he sort of lets out a long sigh. How long has it been?
I'm gonna let our captain answer that.
It's been more than 10 years.
And are you subjects of Project Echo?
What is Project Echo?
So maybe. He sort of like lifts up his shirt again to show the 3 triangular like moles on his left abdomen. You all realize that you all have 3 moles in a triangular formation on your left abdomen. if you got this birthmark, that's how they designated us as not the originals.
You want to maybe explain what's going on here a little bit clearer than that? Original
Me,
what?
well, the man I'm cloned from, whose memories I have, he figured out a way to make clones and provide them mostly intact memories, based partly on study of synthetic humanoids and based partly on other genetic research. He could only get them to last for 5 years, though. The accelerated growth process and the strain of the accelerated mental development kept the cells from lasting long enough. So they only had about 5 years. Of course, if they're in cryosleep, when we're in cryosleep, just like with humans, you don't age, so it cuts down on it. Then he got the first reports of this moon, where there were vegetation with remarkable cellular regenerative properties. And so Project Echo was to attempt to use the natural botanical genetic material here to create a clone that could have a full human lifespan.
Yeah, I don't think that worked out quite so great.
The first ones were contained, but after the quake, everything spiraled quickly. But I figured this building, this laboratory, was intact enough that maybe the cryo chamber would hold.
So before I go about blowtorching your face off, you're telling me we're all basically Frankensteins. We're just two babies.
If you have the 3 moles in a triangular formation on your left abdomen, yes.
Don't go blowing his face off. We have an excellent opportunity here.
Hey, if you want to blow someone's face off, we should be talking to our friendly android over here and why he didn't recognize us as soon as he saw us.
Oh,
I
the
am.
they programmed the bishops to not reveal that. It caused undue psychological stress, and the androids had very little tact if they weren't countermanded from referring to echoes they met.
You mean like burning yourself up, like watching it as your own self screams and burns alive, like that? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, some
undue
of
stress.
some of the other echoes, they would attempt to dissect themselves to understand how they worked, but yes, things like that.
So here's what I propose. We get the information we need from here. We destroy the place, and then we blackmail this son of a bitch into giving us the best lives we could possibly have. He's rich as fuck, and we could destroy him with this information.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'd like to find out whether or not I got that damn birthmark.
I'll just lift up your shirt for you.
Well, we're in suits,
Right.
so I will go into the clean room now and check it out.
There's like a little clean cubicle, and anyone who wishes to check will find the 3 triangular moles on your left abdomen.
5 years.
Yes, it
Well-
can be hard to calculate because of the artificial memories that are implanted. So it can be hard to tell. Usually, if it's one of the last cryosleeps you remember, it's usually easiest to take the mental the readings of the brain activity while the original subject is in cryosleep, and that provides a clean break for the new echo,
So,
thinking they just awoke from cryosleep instead of thinking they were awoken from some other procedure.
Why us?
Your originals were paid quite handsomely. They had a wide variety of skills that were useful for the project.
and it's not far off from a immortality setup. I might not live forever, but if my mind keeps getting passed down from body to body, think about what that could do to somebody who runs a massive corporation like his original.
We've only tried taking the memories of one echo and putting it into a new body once. They were psychological instabilities we had not accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
Once the subject knows what they are, it creates imbalances, and it makes it difficult for the procedure to be replicated.
You think?
So
Yeah.
now we just lost our chance at immortality.
We have not. Well, he had not tried it in several years. Potentially,
Why would he send us
things would
back
be.
here, though? He still wants the plants.
It means he hasn't succeeded yet.
I would
Mhm.
surmise.
Pointing towards this guy, his information is 10 years out of date. But if they sent us here, then he thought this was promising and hasn't succeeded yet.
Yes, that I would agree with that. The original Tibet did not think that he could succeed without the material or information here. And I assume he sent you because you're the resources he has at hand, and he sort of points at the two Gibsons. The additional psychological study of watching you discover what you are will add to his ability to develop a psychological profile to implant in future echoes that will be able to withstand this revelation.
I knew it. Always watching.
So our best shot to live out our lives is still to bring him as much information as possible.
Now we blackmail the shit out of him.
Yeah, but then you got 5 years tops.
Yeah. And I'm going to spend those 5 years rich as fuck.
If you bring him what he needs from this place, the corporation will make sure that you're rewarded quite handsomely. Whatever you could dream of. They have very deep pockets.
Yeah, but will they?
Yeah, y'all gonna trust them? I mean, look at the mess we're in now.
I suppose that is
We're
true.
not actually people. We're clones. We're the property of the corporation.
That's why on our way we will set up a dead drop information that if they don't pay us, we release it. We have enough evidence here, do we not?
It's worth a try. Have you been to the Sycorax to see if it is still shielded or if it has been damaged by the quake or quakes? Have there been quakes since?
Mm-hmm. The earthquakes keep coming.
We will need the native biological samples were kept in laboratory 2. We will need to retrieve them before we...
Was anyone instructed to retrieve biological samples?
I was not.
I was not.
Yes.
In fact, I was told that
Hmm.
if there was any type of issue, to get off this rock and consider it dead.
Self-destruct dead?
As in burn this place to the ground. Also, I was told one of y'all was a robot.
Yep. I had the same information.
Same.
Yes, I
Yeah,
suspect that that
yeah.
would have been an interesting psychological profile to study if you were
You keep talking about
examining...
me. If you keep talking about me like I'm some rat in a cage, I am going to break your legs. Because I may not kill you because they don't want me to, but it won't stop me from hurting you. Do you understand what I am saying to you?
How do you remember so much? How do you know all of this?
I have most of the memories of the original. I think, as far as I can tell, I thought I was until I realized when I was coming out of the cryo sleep now. And then I thought to check. I guess now that I think about it, I had consciously never checked before because I knew that what it would mean. I'm just another echo, another experiment. But it was useful because I knew most of what Tibet knew. But there's time to discuss all of this when we're on the ship before we enter cryosleep again. If there have been earthquakes, especially if there have been earthquakes recently since you got on the... landed on the moon, that is when the native inhabitant, the organism, is most active. And I don't relish facing down the organism again.
Well,
You get anything from the station office?
I got one of the keys to the self-destruct system. I got a whole bunch of keys, actually.
I've got a big drive. Actually, I probably have 2 of them attached to my hip.
Is one of them the secured long data disk?
Yes, I
The
believe so.
the one you took from laboratory 2 is.
Oh, okay.
I believe I was trying to get them whatever that thing is from both
Yes.
a lab and the station office.
Yep, you have the long data disks from both of those, yes.
I assume that they're long physical devices.
They're like I think the book describes them as like vinyl record sized data disks.
I was imagining that, but oblong in shape with a handle. I guess I was imagining the thing from Rogue One where they're kind of pulling a drive with a handle out, that sort of thing.
Where is the self-destruct device?
It's activated in the security office, but you need 2 keys. I had 1 key, and the Bargold who was active when I was active had the other.
Do you still have yours?
He sort of pats down his clothes that he put on, and he says, "No. They were in my clothes when I went into the cryo chamber."
Argyle, you went through his clothes, didn't you?
I did. Zach, I don't remember a key.
You found a physical key.
Oh, I did? Oh, yeah.
You found the key card and then the physical key.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. No, I've got his I've got both his card key and his physical key.
I think blowing the place up on our way out probably gives us more leverage.
Because then we're the only ones with the sample.
We were also instructed to do that, right?
That's
Was
biggest hesitation.
I was instructed to leave on the ship that was here. Is there any benefit to us not doing that?
So it would potentially take hours to repair the shuttle. But if this ship that's docked here was shielded from the magnetic storms, which in theory it was, it'll just be a quicker way up.
The shuttle, I'm thinking Star Trek, is only going to take us from the planet to the ship we came from.
Yes.
That's up in orbit somewhere.
Yes.
The actual ship that's down here would take us wherever we want it to go.
Potentially, yes. It's a full ship and not just a shuttle.
it's a freighter, didn't you say?
Yes, it's a freighter.
So a ship to take us wherever we want to go. Samples, the data disks, and blow the place up as we leave. And we can't make it so they can never get the information because we can't take out everything on the planet here, obviously. But blowing up the lab will make it that much harder for them if they try to get more information here.
I wanna glance
Wait. What if he's doing is there's a bunch of these zombie plant things, right? What if he's just running tests to create like armies of these? And if we hand over this thing, he's just going to take hundreds of us and turn them into horrifying monsters he releases as a way to control populations.
We could sell it to someone else.
I think that's a better choice. Or blackmail him. I mean, we have options, but we do have a dangerous amount of information right now.
I mean, won't somebody else do the same horrible things?
likely. I want to glance at Thurwell and the computers. Do you have the long drive or whatever?
I have everything from these computers, yeah.
So the only additional data we could be grabbing is actual biological samples from not clones but plants.
I've got half a cooler of samples from this lab.
Tibet would say there were the additional native biological samples in laboratory 2.
I don't know that I really want to bring these samples off world. I mean, samples of the local life.
So, blowing the place up is going to blow up this place, but it's not going to wipe out life on the planet.
Right.
There's nothing we can do to stop him or someone else from coming up, setting up another lab and getting samples.
Right.
There's nothing we can do long term that's going to stop him. And long term for us is something less than 5 years.
Zach,
The Tibet Echo would say if you bring the biological samples, there is the chance that he could extend your life with the cellular regeneration provided by those.
There's a chance. There's also a chance that as soon as we get up there, he's going to cut us open and use us as
Yes.
subjects.
There is also that chance.
What equipment might be required for cellular regeneration therapy?
You'd need a full biologic laboratory like this one.
Specifically this one, or also laboratory 2?
Potentially, you might need some equipment from laboratory 2. Offhand, it would take me some time to figure out what might be needed. But you would need a well-equipped biological laboratory.
So here's my suggestion, folks. We've got a Dr. Clone who, in theory, has the knowledge to replicate any sort of cellular treatment. We've got a Sycorax ship, which can probably be sold for any lab equipment we might need, and 5 years, maybe, to see if we can get a treatment before we need to sell any of this shit back or blackmail a CEO.
What do we do in the meantime while you're doing the research? We just like hide out?
Hopefully the money from selling this ship will do more than just buy us lab equipment. I, for one, enjoy alcohol.
Okay, yeah. As long as we are not totally taking the get revenge eventually off the table.
Right, I'm just thinking maybe it's worth spending a few months or a year seeing how close we can get to some sort of therapy. I think our good friend here has a similar goal.
Yes, I would be pleased if I could extend my existence.
So
By my
again,
calculations, I spent 2 years researching here before the incident.
So why are there plant zombies still? Like, that's just the thing here just takes people as plant zombies, or was that part of a botched experiment?
That is the botched experiment, I assume, that I am proposing we recreate.
So you understand why that might give me pause, right?
Yep.
Are those little units still recording all this?
Yes.
Well, one of them.
Oh, we'll destroy them. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think we should probably do that sooner rather than later. I would prefer that no more of our plans are broadcast, no matter how slow, to someone else. And then I will shoot that fucking thing.
Okay, you're using the assault pulse.
Yeah.
All right. Enough time has passed that you're no longer in a panic. Tibet would, as you start shooting, you can go ahead and make your attack. As you start shooting, you go, no, we need to disable them and take out their drives so that we can use the data that they've collected.
I'm a little too fast on a drive for that, apparently. Here we go.
Look at that. Not even any panic results. Do you want to push it, or are you good with having an extra success?
Good with that extra success.
Alright, so you're going to do 3 points of damage. And its armor only soaks 1, which is enough to disable the one drone. It sort of falls to the ground in a smoldering heap.
Well, you can take from that what you want.
We disable the one outside without damaging it.
That would be a Comtech roll. You got successes, but you'll need to make your panic check. 8 is the tremble. All skill rolls using agility suffer a -2 modification until your panic stops.
We've been talking for a while, Zach. Can my presence have calmed Stapleton a bit?
Yes. And if you're gonna hang around here for like 5 minutes, taking the drive out of the drone, that will be time for the panic effect to wear off. Though, as you're sort of waiting for that to happen, was anyone going to go and get the samples from Laboratory 2 before you attempt to go off-world on this other ship?
I kind of feel like it's all of us make a quick stop at Lab 2 and then race for the other ship.
I'm not sure we race for the other ship. I think we have to make sure the other ship is clear and then come back to the security office to set off. To set off the self-destruct, don't we?
So is that a split group thing? 2 people head to the ship first, carefully to see if they can kind of get it going, and a couple people stay back to grab things from the lab and then set off self-destruct when we ascertain that the ship is good. Or do we take the slow route and do it all together?
I don't know what advantage there would be to all of us piling into a lab together.
I mean, theoretically, it would be safer, but the good doctor here said that whatever caused the problem first time around comes out during earthquakes. And, well, had at least one while we were here. So.
Was it earthquakes or at night?
He said it came out. They were more active after the quakes.
Oh, just after the quakes. Okay. So butts.
Yep. So we do probably want to get out of here sooner rather than later.
Alright, so
I'll go to Laboratory 2. It's on the way to the ship.
It's on the way to the ship. There is if we make it to the ship and it's functional, it can potentially get us back where someone hanging on a rope can, or 2 people hanging off a rope can get in the security office and set off the self-destruct before we fly away.
Yes, with a piloting check, you could have someone hover so that someone could get lowered down on a winch to run into the security office and get pulled back up on a winch. The self-destruct should have like a timer of like 10 minutes. Or you should be able to set the time for like 10 minutes or 30 minutes or 5 minutes. Like, it's not going to be like a 30-second time that you have.
Because their other option is we set a self-destruct and don't know how much time it takes to fix this other ship.
Sounds like a bad idea.
We should
So-
maybe go check that the self-destruct is even still operational. We haven't.
That's a good point.
We haven't been anywhere but that first floor on the security office. We don't know. It could be torched.
Stapleton did find it and thinks that it could be. It looked relatively intact. If Stapleton wants to speak, relay that onto the group.
I would. I already checked the self-destruct. It looks like we just need the keys. From everything I can tell, it's still working.
Well, that's at least something.
You do kind of have a point, boss, in that I think Stapleton's going to be flying the ship, and whoever's going to be setting this bad boy off, it might be good for them to know exactly where it is. So, quick stop there, move to the lab as a group, then rush to the ship.
Well, there's a stop I want to do before.
I want to make sure that I can fly that ship before you start that self-destruct sequence.
So you want to stop at the living quarters to pick up your old pornos?
I want to know a little bit about who I was here.
Do you want company for safety?
I mean, that's up to you guys. I'm stopping by no matter what. Some of you guys want to go check out the security office, so more of us know where self-destruct is. That's fine, but
I'll go hold down the security office.
All right, people can move their tokens to whichever zone that they're going to be heading to. The Tibet Echo is going to go to help whoever's going to Laboratory 2. You don't have the Gibsons anymore. I guess, is Lunch still carrying around the Bishop half?
Yes, unless our popsicle tells us that he's not at all useless or useful.
He would definitely say that the memories or clarifications that the Bishop can provide would be useful.
Yeah.
He will be a useful laboratory assistant if you give them legs, or even if he's just propped up halfway on a stool.
I guess this is our bad decision moment of where we're splitting up.
All right. So the one definite thing that Bargeld finds in his living quarters is an almost identical Wayland Yutani branded Stressly squeeze ball sitting on the desk in the quarters marked as Bargeld's. Maybe the wear patterns on it are slightly different, but it's the same basic corporate giveaway stress ball. And I'm not sure what else Bargeld would have that would make his living quarters distinct.
But it'd be things that I already think I have.
Yes.
I remember having it.
Perhaps a favorite shirt or something, some sentimental things, a picture of an old lover or a family, copies of those things.
Okay.
I went with. Is this gonna be similar for kind of everyone else's living quarters?
Yes, you would find what appear to be facsimiles of your signature item, you would find the sentimental things, like if you had to pack a single suitcase to like set up a new life on a strange planet, and you wanted to have a few comforting items around you. Those are the things that you find, like that you're expecting. Watts is in the security office. Watts can tell as you're like looking at this self-destruct mechanism that it's definitely got a little bit of damage from a quake. If perhaps you were to use it now, its timer would not be stable and it might fluctuate wildly. You can fix that with a heavy machinery roll. And then down at the laboratory, we'll need a mobility check for someone to go in without disturbing too much of the plant material there to get to where the samples are. If you're trying to avoid stirring up more of the experimental materials that have escaped from the tubes in the quake.
Is Thurbo gonna have a better chance than me of?
I'm gonna panic if I go in there. My stress is at 6.
Oh, all right. Then I'm gonna put the bishop backpack on you. Against my better judgment, I guess I'm also giving you those 2 drives or whatnot that I had on me. The blood samples or whatnot that we just took probably will also be in your cooler or whatnot.
Yep, I'm now the most important character.
Hey, I made it in.
All right. You made it
medical to find stuff.
No, but the Tibet Echo can guide you to where you need to grab. It's just a matter of like sneaking in and out with that mobility check. So then Watts should make the heavy machinery roll to make sure that you can set the self-destruct with a stable timer. And then was the plan that everyone was going to the ship, or just some people were going to the ship and the others were waiting here?
I'm gonna go to the ship.
Everybody goes to the ship.
Yeah, we got the comms, so
I was
unless
gonna hold that in the security office, but yeah, if we're all just gonna go, let's just go then.
it's either like we all go and set the timer for, I don't know, 3 days if we could,
Yeah.
or we do some ridiculous winch work at the end to avoid plant zombies as someone sets the timer and grabs a rope.
All right. Can I get an observation check from everyone as you're heading towards the Sycorax stock?
Tony, I'll take Bishop back.
Alright, so you're all sort of
That's
together heading in. I mean, it's just the one roll. So Stapleton, Thurwell, Watts, and Bargeld all spot the organism. So you won't be surprised.
Oh, hell no.
It is like twice the height of a man as well, of a human. like 10 feet tall. So then we'll just take this in order. So Thurwell needs to make a panic roll. So 8 is the tremble. Skill rolls using agility. Oh, when you get tremble, your panic doesn't go up. Your stress doesn't go up.
Oh, well, that's good.
The tremble is just the agility penalty. So then Watts has a panic roll. 7 is nervous twitch. Your stress level and the stress level of all friendly PCs in short range of you increase by 1. But before Bargeld increases it, Bargeld should make his panic roll with just his stress that he had beforehand. All right, so Bargeld keeps it together before everyone's stress increases from Watts's nervous twitch. As you see racing towards you out of the foliage is this strange large organism, and then we'll roll initiative. It is a zone away. So it's at long range. If you move closer to it, you'll be at medium range. So Bargeld.
I am going to use my command as a fast action to order Watts to shoot it.
All right.
So that's
So it's if unless you're pushing it, it'll be just 1 extra. If you push it, you can't panic any more than you already are, and you're already gonna have a panic roll.
then I'm gonna push it.
So just count up the blank dice and roll that many base dice.
And that includes the stress dice?
Yes.
Two more.
All right, so Watts is going to have a +3 modifier to shooting and any range combat rolls. And oh, look at that! Bargeld is keeping it together just barely.
And then for my slow action, actually no, I'm gonna take I'll use my slow action again to do a command on Thurwell to get it together.
All right, so you just need 1 success to get Thurwell to stop panicking. Ooh, and not even any command. So Thurwell is no longer trembling and no longer has that penalty to agility. And then it'll be Thurwell.
I'm gonna roll a million dice on this attack. Honestly, I should do something that doesn't involve rolling anything, but I'm going to anyways, because my stress is up to 7. So just hit the attack button next to pulse rifle.
Yep.
Uh, 2. And if I'm looking under skills and stunts, I can either inflict additional damage or I could pin down the target.
Yeah, you could pin it down so it would have a harder time moving closer.
That sounds like a really good idea.
So where's the specific? So the specific pin down. Why am I? Some of these things are under the skill, and some of them are You pin down. Oh, you pin down your enemy. They need to make an immediate panic roll. So the pin down only works on like human. If you're fighting Marines or corporate spies.
The one at the bottom
You
is
can
force
fall.
the target to the ground.
Yep. Or it's pushed back. So you can force it back a little bit so that it will have to take more movement to get up towards you. Is that what you like to do instead of extra damage?
Yes.
Okay. So you're gonna do a base 2 damage minus its armor. Does its armor soak any of this damage? It soaks 1 of the damage. Alright. The Tibet is just gonna kind of move to the back of the pack and then be defensive. Stapleton.
I am going to shoot this thing with my pulse assault rifle.
It got moved back a little bit. Okay, yep. So in your weapons, if you... Oh, yep, you found it. So you'll hit, and you'll be able to do either a extra point of damage or push it back some. Or you could attempt to push it and to try and get more damage.
I mean, I'm already panicking. I have to do the panic roll, so.
All right,
I will push it.
So you can use the base dice option on the character sheet to roll, what is it? It's 6, 7, 8, 9 more dice.
Base dice?
Yes, where it says base dice, because that just... Oh, but you have to tell it 9
Oh, okay.
for the number of dice. But then it rolls the special 1 out of 6. So 1 extra success. Are you going to use that to do extra damage or to keep pushing this back? Or 1 of each?
I'm going to do extra damage.
Alright. So that would be 4 damage. Ooh. And then go ahead and make your panic roll. So that would be a 12, but because of your talent, it's a 10. So freeze, you're frozen by fear or stress for 1 round, losing your next slow action. Your stress level and the stress level of all friendly PCs in short range of you increases by 1.
Alright.
Yay. When I get to 10, does my heart burst?
No, it's just the maximum, and you quickly start hitting the berserker catatonic panics.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
So then lunch.
Ben, Watts is gonna fire, right?
Yeah.
I think
He's
my
gonna
best
use
option.
He's going to use the igniter.
All right. I think my best option is to help you out there with a friendly command.
So he already he can only Kevin. But before we count that, he can only benefit from 1 command each round, and he already got commanded for +3 from Bargeld.
Yeah. This is a fact.
Because I can't shoot for shit.
You could command Stapleton to end her panic so that she wouldn't lose her slow action next round.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can keep that roll because you just need the 1 success. So you'll make your panic check.
Can I use those extra successes for something?
Not when you're doing the stop panic, because the stop panic is a potent.
Lame. Oh god, it's an 8.
So 8 is tremble. You start to tremble uncontrollably. All skill rolls using agility suffer a -2 penalty until you stop.
All right. As the fast action, I'm gonna scooch. I don't know, whatever, down to get around away from this dude.
All right.
But maybe make forward progress if possible.
All right.
Oh, never mind. I do not want to leave the valuable dude carrying all our shit.
Who might go
I'm
berserk.
about to go catatonic or berserk.
Yeah.
All right. So then that brings us to Watts. Watts gets to open fire on this thing before.
I'm going to aim, and then I'm going to use my wonderful incinerator.
So if you aim, you have to use the pulse rifle because it got driven back, so it is at long range. But with aiming and the command you were given, that would give you a +5.
I will do that then.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
When it counts, are you just turning those extra 4 successes into extra damage?
Yes, please.
All right, so that's 7.
Are you sure you don't want to push that just in case?
I'm pretty sure I'll pass on that one.
All right, so that's 7 damage. Can it soak all that damage? Oh, it cannot. In a torrent of assault pulse rifle, it just falls apart into bits of plant matter and an acrid cloud of pheromones that you're able to like all swoop around. The ship is still in good working order, so I think the last, like as we montage out of as through the escape scene, I think the last thing we need is a pilot check from
Yes.
Stapleton to hover and be lower the so that they can lower a winch and 2 people can set the self-destruct.
There's probably time where 1 or 2 of us could lower our panic by 1, but
So Stapleton can definitely do it, and then one last panic roll. Mm,
7.
That's a 7, which is your stress level. The stress level of all friendly PCs in short range of you increases by 1, but it's the last sort of like stressful maneuvers as the ground begins to shake, and you have to like zoom out before the magnetic storm hits. Stapleton is able to pilot through the auroras in the well shielded like full size ship, so that you leave Nu Octanis LV-138 behind with all of your equipment that you might need for this crazy clone of a mad scientist doctor to try and extend your lives. And we can sort of fade to black as you're sort of sitting, slowly trying to reduce your stress, wondering what the future holds and how long that future will be. As you have survived the authority station.
Most importantly, this is my first alien game where no one betrayed me.
That's important.
We
it
all
kind of
need
feels.
help.
Yeah, look, we all had the same goal basically.
We all kind of got betrayed.
Oh no, not the way I normally get betrayed in this
Nice.
game.
Nobody like shot you. Just
Or
for funs.
get myself turned into goo by the crazy android, or left behind, or
Oh, brutal.
yeah.
Were you betrayed in the Marine campaign that we did?
No, I don't think there was a betrayal in there, just some deaths.
I
Yeah,
thought
John almost betrayed us. He would have, but he didn't quite move fast enough.
Because he was gonna like leave us behind or whatnot.
He was gonna leave us behind, yeah.
Oh, and you were so up in that the panic. I thought that we were going to enter the delightful panic spiral that happens near the end of the Alien games.
Here's a 13. That's what
Yep.
my next panic roll would have been.
The 13 is flee. which decreases your stress level, but every friendly character who sees you run must make an immediate panic roll.
I love it.
Yeah, those get really nasty really fast. And armor does nothing.
Oh, that's rough. Well, thank you guys.
The dice are super swingy.
Yeah, it is an interesting game. I still don't understand how you would ever run a campaign of it, aside from like having one or two new characters join each session, and lots of like characters who have talents to reduce stress level. Because it is like the panic spirals. When you hit the part of the game where it's the panic spirals, like it's so swingy.
When I played at Gamehole, the guy kind of suggested, like, it's not D&D. Don't roll your perception check until I ask you for it. So that was like why I just like, I'm just gonna not make that roll if I don't need to.
Yeah, it's definitely a good way to look at it. It's kind of like their like Call of Cthulhu also, where it's like, well, maybe I don't want to do that spot hidden check.
Well, then it like the panicking and stress stuff is kind of a risk mitigation more than resource management. Because having a couple levels of stress is pretty sweet until you start panicking.
And you can see where the pilot talent of like being calm under pressure and getting to subtract 2 from all of your panic rolls is really useful.
Mm-hmm.
Zach, this is the first time I've had a medic talent that's actually good, I think. Normally, I feel like it's the field medic to you get +2 to stop someone from dying, and I feel like I've never seen that used well.
Yeah, that one's kind of tricky. I almost didn't include that as a choice, but then I was like looking at the other one and I was like, would people actually take that, or would it be useful in a one-shot?
I was like, if I can reduce someone else's stress a couple times, that's probably more worthwhile
Yes.
than saving a crippled person who is still crippled but now alive.
Yeah, the other base medic talent is compassion, where you can push a skill roll based on empathy, and I didn't put a lot of the push roll talents in because I was like, those get kind of like, I feel like those just add to the panic spirals because they encourage you to do a lot of extra pushes. All right. Well, we have passed our end time, but thanks everyone for playing. Hopefully it was enjoyable, and I did some not just xenomorphs.
That was
I
awesome.
appreciated that.
It was a lot of fun.
Appreciated, yes.
Because
I had a good time.
once you've fought a couple of the xenomorphs, it's like, oh yeah, they're just gonna have like the weird like double, whatever the result, the terrible results, because they all have these wonderful xenomorph attack tables where it's like, oh, it's a hypnotic gaze, or did I not set this up correctly in this one? Or it's a deadly grab or a head bite. The head bite result where it's like, oh, it's an instant kill. The xenomorph has an instant kill 1 in 6 times.
Oh.
Wow, that's not fun.
Yeah, so it's one of those like, I will slightly modify a couple of the other stats so I can make weird clone slugs and this strange plant creature. And instead of having one of the people turn out to be androids, I'll just make everybody paranoid about androids and have everyone end up being clones.
All right, I gotta take off.
All right, have a good night, everyone.
Bye,
Thanks for
thank
playing.
you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Zach.
Good night.
Good night.